Pause for 1 second. I know some grantees are planning to, or yes, that are planning to come in the meeting during the section that their applications with US guests. So we currently have 7. And I think we can get started.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the public meeting of the Heritage Capital Projects Grant Program Advisory Committee. I'm Jennifer Meisner, and it's really my honor to chair the committee again this session or this cycle. And during today's meeting, we're going to discuss applications and determine a final ranking list for consideration by the Washington State Legislature during the 2027-29 capital budget. So I don't think Stephanie's in here, but I'd like to acknowledge and thank Stephanie Lyle, who's the executive director here at the Gig Harbor History Museum. And it's so nice of them to host us in this amazing facility, which really exemplifies what the Heritage Capital Project or program does here by helping organizations really for their heritage education. And I think at the end of our day today, panelists will have an opportunity to do a short tour. So I hope everyone can stay and check out all the amazing things they've done here. I'd really like to thank you all for traveling here. It's really great to be able to meet in person and go through these applications together. And I'd like to thank those applicants who are joining us by Zoom. And really special thanks to David and Jay and everyone at the Washington State Historical Society. You guys did an amazing job of organizing these 68 applications and getting them ready for us to review. I mean, that's got to be a major record. 68.
I think so.
It was, yeah, and it really
And for you
speaks to the need for this funding around the state. So thank you again for that, and thanks to each of the panelists for the time you spent in reviewing these. I know it's a labor of love for all of us, and I know the applicants really appreciate the time that you all spend reviewing these applications, because they put so much time and effort into preparing them and putting their projects together. So thank you. And now let's go ahead and do a round of introductions. And I'll just note or ask you all to tell us your name, where you're from, your organization or affiliation, and just note that if anyone needed to recuse themselves for any of the applications, if we're discussing one, you can just step out. I know I had one that I had to recuse on, so but let's just go ahead and start with Geronimo.
Hello, everybody. My name is Geronimo Levent. I'm with the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation as the state historical architect. Second time doing this. Yeah, it's wonderful.
Morning, everyone. I'm Nick Van. I'm the executive director of the Washington State Historical Society. So I am not a grant reviewer, but all of your recommendations are what we end up putting forth to the legislature ultimately. So I appreciate all of your work. 68 applications is an incredible amount of work. So I thank each and every one of you, especially for really taking consideration and the time out of your busy schedules to help us out with this. We're always thankful. And I'll also say that it's fun for me to be on this side because I've been involved with this program kind of tangentially, especially when I've worked at DAP, where Geronimo works now, since 2011 when I started with the state of Washington. So it's been many grant cycles. I've seen many different things, and I've never seen 68 in a single round. It's probably a record at least since 2011. And I think the funding amount is also blowing all of the previous grant cycles out of the water. So I know it was incredibly competitive. And I think the scores kind of reflect that. So looking forward to hearing some robust discussion.
I'm Zane Canyer. I'm a principal with SSF Structural Engineers. Run our office out of Ellensburg, Washington. So happy to be here.
I'm Freya Leggett, and a former museum professional, Moses Lake resident, and trustee for Communities Washington.
I'm Ellen Polstoy, and I'm the curator of history for the Northwest Museum of Arts and Culture, which is also the Eastern Washington State Historic Society. And this is my second round.
I'm Dylan High with the Washington State Historical Society. I'm not a reviewer. I'm just here for tech support and to help the meeting run smoothly. Thank you.
I'm Ruben McKnight. I'm with the City of Tacoma Historic Preservation. I'm not sure how many rounds I should have done.
countless, you and Jennifer.
Yeah, I think that we're the long time, the old timers.
I'm Jay Barriston. I'm the Director of Heritage Outreach and the manager of the Heritage Capital Projects program.
Davidson Jack, I'm a capital project coordinator for the Washington State Historical Society. This is my fourth public meeting.
Terry Badger, I work at the Washington State Archives. And I believe this is my third time, sorry.
My name is Lynn Bethke. I am the collections manager at the Museum of Culture and Environment at Central Washington University in Ellensburg. And I'm here today representing the Washington Museum Association.
Angela Neller, I'm the curator at the Wanacom Heritage Center. And I came on board in 2019, so I don't know how many that makes.
I'm Manny Panbooted. I'm an architect with SHKS Architects in Seattle, and I serve with Zane on the Washington Trust for Historic Preservation.
I'm Sarah Sutton. I'm CEO of Environment and Culture Partners. We're a Tacoma nonprofit that helps the cultural sector decarbonize their buildings. So there were a few in here that made me very excited. And I volunteer for the Fort Nisqually Foundation Board, which is building a couple buildings out there.
And again, I'm Jennifer Meisner. I'm King County's Historic Preservation Officer. And again, really excited to be here today. So just a couple more things before I turn it over to Jay and we can get started. We're not going to have time to discuss every single application today. There's just a lot, but we're going to focus our time on the applications that really have the most variation between scoring, between the high and low scores, and or applications that panelists feel really strongly about that maybe your score wasn't reflected in what other panelist scores showed. So there's going to be plenty of opportunity to discuss, but we're going to be on a pretty tight timeline. And as Jay mentioned, panelists will have an opportunity to adjust their scores as we go through the meeting. So we've all got our laptops and can do that. So with that, Jay, you want to get us started?
Yes, I just wanted to point out a couple of things about the printouts I gave you. So this printout, the smaller one, has the average scores after all of you submitted your reviews, has the highest score that application received, the lowest. And then this one is the difference between that highest and lowest score. So you'll see kind of at the top, very light shaded, and then at the bottom, less agreement. So as we go down the list. And then Ruben, if I can wipe this from you briefly. And then you each have one of these larger printouts that are your own score in the scoring order. So you can tell, like if there's some yellow or red ones up high, that you scored that quite a lot lower than your colleagues, or vice versa. If you have some green ones down at the bottom, you scored that much higher than your colleagues. So as Jennifer said, since we don't have time to have 68, I did the math wrong, it's actually like 3 minutes per application if we tried to do them all. We're really going to rely on the panelists this year to kind of call out the ones that you want to discuss based on the order that you see and the reviews that you did, and kind of how, like Jennifer said, which ones you really want to kind of vouch for, and hear other panelists, hear what they have to say about it. So that's all I wanted to call out, was kind of how to navigate the printouts. And if you prefer to make your score changes, if you have them on this sheet, that's fine too. It's a little faster if you do it through the portal, but Dave and I are happy to input the scores at the break times and do it anyway if that's confirmed.
Great. So we can just jump right into the first group. And you all have the agenda that has the list of the applications that we're planning to discuss during group one. Starts with the Washington Trust for Historic Preservation. And then the last application in this group is the Steilacoom Historical Museum Association. So looking at the scoring, and there are a few that have a bit of a variation between the top and low scores, and you guys all have this. Are there any applications that you would like to discuss in terms of your scoring, and see if there's going to be any movement in that top group? The two that jump out to me are the Northwest Railway Museum, that's currently ranked at number 12. There's a 19-point variation between the top and the low scores. And the Yakima Valley Museum and Historical Association, there's a 20-point variation, so do you want to jump in on those?
User has the high and low scores, so if you
Yeah.
don't want to jump in, she's gonna call it.
Just.
Yeah, you can take a moment to pull up. Maybe let's look at the Northwest Railway Museum first. We'll pull that into it. Yeah, I'll jump in. I actually scored, this is one of the highest, well, I scored this application very high. I thought that this organization does an amazing job of furthering history education through their programming. They provide a great community benefit with more than 65,000 visitors per year. They have a lot of partnerships, including with the Snoqualmie tribe and schools in the Snoqualmie Valley. And I know they have a very strong track record in completing heritage capital projects and raising money to further their mission. So I thought that this project will really help them, continue to provide these services in their train shed that needs some updates. So, anyone else?
I felt very closely the same. A
Okay.
high score. They're hitting above their weight. This is a thoughtful project. And it supports continued capacity which looks like it's only going to grow a number of years.
Yeah. Anyone else?
This too was one of my higher scored ones, and I focused in on the fact that it was increasing safety for the visitors, but also making it more so you don't have to wear a toque and a wool cap and go in to visit. It was making it improvements for the visitor experience.
Great. All right, anybody else? If not, we can move on. John, do you have anything on that one?
Let's see here, I'm trying to figure out what I meant by some of my comments. So, yeah, there were seemed like a lot of kind of separate projects, maybe weren't super clearly described in one place as like a kind of a work plan or something like that, which would have helped me evaluate kind of like, hey, like we're looking at a timeline here and things like that. But yeah, I mean, obviously some of these things need to have a little bit more information provided on them over time as they like develop their projects. So that's maybe where I was coming with maybe a little bit more of a medium score on that.
Okay. Final comments on that one? Should we talk about the Yakima Valley Museum and Historical Association? Ellen, I think you and I were in agreement that this is a good one.
Yeah, I'm like trying to get it to load.
Yeah.
Yeah, the title unfortunately is a little slow.
And we're all in the center.
Jay, are we able to see the additional comments that we submitted with that's usually underneath the planning section?
Oh, is that not there? Let me fix that.
There are final comments.
Yes, I think that's just the visibility that I need that created a new status. Thank you. I'll fix that. So that'll be very important.
I'd like to say on this one, scored high, but for anybody listening, if you're going to be talking with us about an HVAC system and future proposals, very helpful to tell us about the energy sources in the past and in the future, and if that's going to save you money, if you're saying it's efficient, and how that money might be used.
Brad, you may have to reload it, but it should be there.
Again, this is a project for HVAC, replacing the HVAC system with an energy efficient system, improving visitor wayfinding, updating the bathrooms and modernizing some of the exhibit space at the Yakima Valley Museum.
This is another one that I kind of did a little bit of a medium score on. And I think that my notes here are, it's great that the proposal was intended to fund upgrades to the visitor experience and facility modernization, but there wasn't a lot of detail on like which aspects of the visitor experience we're looking at, like what that really looks like, right? And I think that I would have probably gotten a little bit, I would have felt it was a little bit more persuasive if they're like, hey, we want to push this idea with our museum, right?
I think this was another one that I scored really high, and like probably most of our institutions, if you can get 30 years out of an HVAC system, you're probably 10 years past replacing it. So definitely have a need to keep the constant temperature. But yeah, 30 years, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I think I tended to fall sort of in that middle category with Geronimo, looking for some more specifics. And whenever people mention preservation environments coming from a collections background, I'm curious what your average numbers are and like what you expect to attain with the new systems. So a point for future applicants as well.
Are there any other applications in this group that folks want to discuss? Ellen, were you able to get it up?
The other one with more variation in scores is the Whidbey Island Maritime Heritage Foundation. Number 11.
Oh. Ray and Geronimo gave this a very high score, and Sarah, you were kind of in the middle there.
I felt they did a really good job of mapping out where they were making improvements for visitor access, especially to their it's like a community area.
For the ones where I really scored really high, I didn't put a lot of notes in there. Hey, this looks great. You know what I mean? Like it's like there's a well-written application. It really describes what they're doing, how they're going to do it, right? So to me, that was why I scored the applications that I scored really high were just well written.
Most of the ones that I scored a lot higher tended to have very good information about what was in their collections and something that was driving what their interpretive goals were.
Yes.
And these guys did a really great job with that as far as, giving a really good overview of what their collection contents were in their collection plans. So that's one of the reasons that this was a really high one for me.
Can I ask for some advice then on this one? Because I felt like I didn't see a clear connection of broader themes. I had a good understanding of what they were doing and its historical context. For me, I felt like I needed a bigger picture. And so that's where I was less generous. And I might have missed it, or I might be a little calibrated differently and wanted to check.
When you mean a broader picture, like, can you elaborate a little bit? Like,
The folks who I scored highest on lifelong learning had a thematic plan,
Mhm.
interpretive things,
Mhm.
that were clear, that made connections beyond this particular
Right.
activity.
As, yeah, it's interesting. Some of those, I feel like there were someone was like, I want this to be about the project, right? Like, and how do we focus in on the project? And yeah, you're right. Some of them, others, I felt like, yeah, I like to see how they could maybe develop their interpretive mission around it,
Mhm.
right? But this one, I felt like it was just so tailored to the project and how it fits into the museum. That might have been where I was like, yeah. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. I think that's, and other, maybe others of the projects I was looking for more of that lifelong learning aspect and how it like ties into maybe a broader interest, right?
But I don't have any problem with them being in this group. I do have one thought. I did feel that when we saw lots of interpretive plans or collections plans or master plans, that there was some AI design going on this year that I hadn't seen before.
Maybe, yeah.
Did anybody,
Some were better than others.
and some were very generic with some editing, but I don't have any evidence, it's just a feeling, I wondered. And if it aligned, fine. But if it felt out of touch, then I made a note.
Yeah, I think they were kind of all over the map. Some of them were just very like an outline of maybe a future interpretive plan. They prepared for the application, I think. And then some of them were just pages long with graphics. Like you said, I think that, yeah, there was a wide range. And I think the ones that are really long, it took some time to find the kernel of what we needed for the application.
I really felt some of the ones that had that, even just a smaller framework, made it so much easier to understand their project. And I'd almost argue that would be a really great thing to have as kind of a mandatory.
An outline?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think some of the applications, there's a lot of information that comes forward that maybe isn't more than we need. And, you know, if they were able to focus it more on pertinent information, would have been helpful with 68 applications. Okay. Any other comments on this one?
Really sure what we're trying to accomplish as far as like EG scores or.
Yeah, if there's any, any interest in changing the ranking, changing scores, just hearing from other panelists, other perspectives on the application.
Yeah, so just to clarify, especially for the new folks, the point of this conversation is for, as I mentioned in my email, there's we have different expertise. We have more technical expertise, we have museum expertise, and the idea is that each, well, as Sarah said, she's got her own calibration. Each person has their own way that they were coming at the group of applications. And so maybe an architect or engineer might have noticed something that a museum person didn't, and wanted to share something positive or something concerning. And so if during the course of the meeting, you hear something that you didn't notice and you're like, oh, if I had noticed that during my scoring, that would have affected how I scored this, I'm going to go ahead and change. No one has to change their scores. That's not required. We just want to give people the opportunity to discuss with the larger group. And if there is something that comes up and you decide you want to adjust your scores based on another perspective or the conversation, feel free. There's a little haphazard with this first group since we don't want to go line by line. But if folks are feeling like this first group is pretty well situated and because the scores are high, there's fewer sort of specific concerns that people are going to bring up. Like Geronimo said, even his low scores were pretty medium high. We could start with the second group if we want to go ahead and move forward. I think those ones have more variation and more difference in the scoring, kind of starting around number 19.
Is everyone comfortable moving to the next group?
A little early, but I think it's okay.
Anyone?
Actually, I did want to highlight one thing about the application from the Center for Wooden Boats. Just since we were talking about interpretation, that was one of the applications that I felt really had, I wasn't sure if it just wasn't developed to the point that they wanted to share it with us. Or if there was, you know, even a little proprietary information that maybe they weren't comfortable with putting out and, you know, making that public. And I did see that with several other applications, you know, maybe their fundraising might be something they might want to make, might not want to make public at this point. So I wasn't sure if their interpretive plan just wasn't ready for prime time or it wasn't there yet. So, you know, that was, I felt a little uncomfortable about how little I knew about the interpretive intent of that project.
With that one, I happily note on here that there's not a lot of discussion on the critical nature of this funding now, like what happens if they don't get this funding. It's always, I think that was the last time we did this round of review, so it's like, that was a big question that you should ask of all of it, like, does this not happen if they don't get this money, or what's going on here? So yeah, that's always an important piece that I'll get in all of the applications.
Yeah, this one was focused on improving safety, public access, circulation, and it said and interpretation of the historic boathouse. So you're right, there wasn't a lot of information on the interpretive. Well, there was interpretive in development, interpretive plan in development, right?
Yeah, I think this year, because we changed the guidelines a little bit to better reflect the language of the RCW and really focusing in on the value of you know, the interpretive part of the project. That's where this one scored a little bit lower for me.
The lifelong learning piece. Yeah. I agree with that. I think their community benefit and value, it's pretty clear to me that this is an important project, but yeah. Anyone else have comments on that one?
I'd say I scored this one a little higher just based off the, you know, my knowledge of the organization. It was like, yeah, I know their mission is pretty clear in what they do. That's why I kind of scored a little higher.
I'm curious to know how many folks here take other information in consideration, you know, beyond the application. Like, are you visiting their website or are you focusing it primarily on the application contents themselves?
Preference is to focus on what's presented in the application, but we know that you all have knowledge of organizations across the state. That's, you know, by virtue of what you're involved in. And then if there's a particular connection, of course, we have the conflict of interest option. So.
I'm very curious sometimes, but I try not to like go to the websites while looking at the applications.
There were a few organizations that I didn't really know much about or didn't know where they were exactly. So I will admit to using Google Maps to figure out exactly where this organization was in this town. So
it was helpful to see what they might have left out, you know, versus what was actually in the application.
Well, Jay, you mentioned like bring our own like lens to the table. So when people mention or when organizations mention certain external consultants and I didn't have familiarity with them, I would look them up just to see if they did have historic preservation background, like that's important versus are they just a, you know, commercial architect that is just helping someone out. So I tended to weight that a little bit.
yeah, that's fair.
I realized I did that too now. I would have said I was just focusing on, but
We
check
all got our own
contractors.
lenses, right?
Definitely,
You know, like,
yeah.
Well, it's hard, especially with 60S. It's hard to know exactly how much information to put in the application to give everyone good sense of each element of the organization, the project, without having to take 2 hours for you to review every.
Okay, so any other thoughts on the first group? We go ahead and jump ahead. All right. See, so group 2 Starts with the city of Vancouver. And then goes all the way down through the city of Linwood. City. At this point, Jay, we're not really concerned about the funding, like moving, we're just at the break, we're gonna recalibrate.
We can, yeah, so currently the funding cutoff of 10 million goes partway through line 24, which is the Museum of History and Industry. So we are kind of, we're at that spot, so it's within this group where currently the funding line falls. So
do we want to go through these?
I would think these ones would be more of a one by one.
One by one.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go to the city of Vancouver. High scorers for this one were Geronimo and Zane. And the lowest score for this one was Freya. If anyone wants to jump in, or not just you guys, anyone?
In general, I think the thing that stood out for me on a lot of these projects was a phased approach to the work and a clear condition assessment report that had been provided. The plan clearly laid out steps, and this was just another step in the process. If I remember right, this was one of those that had a condition assessment report done.
Yeah.
From, expert consultants, basically, that provided those recommendations.
Yeah, they had a facilities plan, a strategic plan, they had all the planning documents. Yeah, done. Arts and heritage plan.
Yeah. I tended to weigh that stuff pretty heavily because they clearly had that scope of work identified early.
Really, it's clear like what they're on to do. And I was like, yeah, well, okay, it's not a huge ask. Seems like they know what they want to do and do it.
Yeah.
This is one of those ones where I would have loved more thematic interpretation, and I wanted to know who was in the buildings renting them and running businesses.
Yeah, I scored a little lower on like lifelong learning, more because like I was looking at how much history related material was a part of their mission and their priorities that they were listing. Because yes, they work with the Historic Trust, but that was one of the things that I was kind of was swaying my scores because I was looking.
I came up with this application and I think also the one that was related to the was the hospital campus, where you have two organizations that are very closely linked and they're using the same interpretive value or the same programs to justify the application. So it felt a little, like, you kind of can't take it from this bucket if they're also using it to justify their application too. So that's why this one scored a little bit lower for me. Because they're not the ones that are actually producing the interpretive, portion that they're using to.
They're in partnership with the Historic Trust who's doing the interpretation. Yeah. Any other comments on this one? Okay, let's move on to Northwest Seaport. application for, the grant request is 105,000. And then Matt, you guys were the high scores in this one. Oh, yes, this was sure.
Yeah, I thought they demonstrated a lot of good partnerships, supporting both history education and workforce development, which I thought was an interesting aspect of it. And I really like their ability to carry out the project, having completed some other HCP grants and giving some really specific financial details. Also planning since the early 2000s. That's a pretty strong application.
Yeah, similarly, my final note is that it's a well-phased and thought out plan. So I think I really like the details. And this might be the one where I learned the term boat sauce.
Yes.
Yes, I had been familiar with before.
I have a question. So in this conversation, like I had questions about just the whole process this year. Do we bring those up now or are we gonna have a place to talk about that at the end?
I'll plan to schedule a debrief, like we did last year to talk about more process stuff. If the process prevented you from, or you have questions about it in relation to a specific application, if there's something that made it difficult, we can bring that up, but yeah.
I think one of the things I had a hard time remembering and people didn't really address was whether we funded this part of the project already, or, you know, is it a reapplication that didn't get funded and that's why I'm remembering it?
Oh,
You know what I mean? Or if it's a phase of a continuation of a previously funded project, then where are we along that funding phase? I mean, you know, just to kind of get a sense of where it is. And then part of me also was questioning because we had so many applicants this year. Like what is our commitment to keeping for a particular project that we've funded in the past? You know what I mean? Because things are like coming out, but those, you know, just one of the comments that made me think about that is I sometimes I just kind of ran into like, okay, this seems really familiar. Did we fund this? Did it not get funded and they're reapplying? Is this a second phase that they talked about in the last application and now they're here?
Really good points, because I had to say, I know a lot of them were familiar because they've applied over the years. Maybe we hadn't funded last time, but maybe they pulled together a more complete application this time, but really good point. Did we ever ask like past funding or?
So we have all of that information.
Yeah.
So we can provide that. That's really good feedback for us.
Really good.
We currently don't have any limitations on the number of times you can apply. We actually encourage folks to, as Zane kind of said, phase projects and kind of take, you know, organize them into chunks of work that is achievable, especially for smaller organizations. And so you're picking up on that. So we could definitely provide in the future kind of a summary of, you know, maybe going 3 or 4 rounds back, when they applied, if they received funding, and kind of a summary of what that was. And to your point, Angela, we don't have any limitations on the number of times you can receive a grant or anything like that. If the panel wanted to recommend changes like that, we could definitely discuss it for the next round. The only limitation we currently have is that you can apply with an open contract once, but you can't apply for a third sort of open appropriation. You need to finish out your old ones before you start a third one. So that's the only limitation we have currently in application limits. But yes, definitely information we can provide, and then again, information we can discuss as far as repeat applicants and how that might affect the clinic.
This one was kind of a medium score, kind of based around, like just hearing your comment there, I was like, yeah, I mean, this is a long project, right? And it's been closed to the public for a long time. And one of the things I really wanted to read in this application was like, how is public access going to be prioritized, right? Like, yes, we want to see the project finished and all this stuff, but like, even if it doesn't quite get there, how do we like just say we're prioritizing public access to this vessel? Yeah, like, and yes, it is intended for that, but it's like a long project. I wanted to see it kind of like, this is our goal, right?
Knowing that you're close, what are you doing to help like keep the information out there?
Yeah.
I think this is an all volunteer organization, if I read that correctly. So I actually was impressed with their, ability to raise money and keep moving forward. And it seemed to me like they've got a plan in place and they're whittling away at it. I did notice that some of their match was undocumented. So I, maybe dinged them a little bit for that, but I think overall I scored this one pretty high.
And we do have the question in the application about public visitation. And then I think I put a prompt in there. If it's not currently open to the public, kind of outline your plan to get it open to the public. I can't remember what these folks put in their application, but if Geronimo, you would like more information about that in a future application round, we can definitely kind of rework that portion of the application to get a little bit more specific about.
Just with some of the longer projects, I feel like that kind of like, hey, like this is what our overall strategy is, how to get people into this thing, or I think that's maybe we're kind of that.
Okay, should we move on to the Everett Museum of History? Okay, this is $1 million request.
Just for refreshers, David did put the little summary up on the slides, so.
There we go.
So if you wanna just get a little recap, there.
Yeah, this is one where they're gonna remove the stucco and restore the building exterior. Yeah.
Likely one of the highest
Yeah,
scores.
the high school.
Loved everything about them. So here's why I loved it. They had a range of history for multiple ages, tied solidly to Everett, not solely to historic things, which is always a risk. They've done the hard work to connect to the community, work with available resources. They're clearly loved and connected, and it's important to the community. And I saw a maintenance statement and a reserve statement, which made my heart sing.
I have listed here, this is the final phase of a 5-part project that started in 2017. So it's like a $10 million project overall. Anyone else on this one? Do we move on to Rainier Valley?
Geronimo's got
got anything? I don't want to keep, I don't want to.
I mean, I
There.
don't know. I think that we have a maintenance plan. I don't want to be like the guy that's like, yeah, I think I would have liked a little bit more detail on the scope. I think that's maybe where I was coming at with maybe some of the comments here. Just a little bit of detail.
Ruben was the other lowish score.
Oh, I guess I better say something.
Yeah.
So anyways, and I appreciate everybody's comments on these. I've been experiencing some profound deja vu in these reviews, and there was a lot of them. So on this one, I think that I gave it a little bit of a lower score. I think probably on the, I don't know, I guess on the community benefit, on the importance of this urgency, compared with, some of the other projects we're seeing here. This is in some ways to me sort of like elective surgery.
And I think that's where I guess how I took it. And it's not a good project. But I think the sort of the allocation of resources from this program to that project, I just didn't think it was the strongest case. And so for what it's worth.
I think the project does include a new roof. So I think.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, so that's like to protect the collection and yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, I guess I was probably focused a little more on the facade.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, a clearer scope probably would have been helpful.
I marked this one pretty high because they answered a lot of questions about their future operations in the facility and capacity plan that they attached to this. And it just filled in a lot of the gaps about what, their interpretive plans were, or it really showed me that they were thinking in advance. So, it wasn't as much about the, obviously the project is important, but they were doing there's just a lot of evidence that there's planning happening in the background too. Honestly, they've done a lot just recently.
This is their first application for the program.
It is, okay. Yeah, overall, I think they put together a really comprehensive application.
It would be nice to know, reviewing this if this is the first time. I think just in terms of accessibility and, as a factor to look at too, because obviously you want to spread this as far as you can.
Yeah, and hearing that this is a 10-year long project and this is the first application is kind of.
Well, and I think getting back to kind of some of the other points that I made too is that the way I think of these kinds of grant programs is you don't want to fall into the sort of the ongoing funding, or operational funding or anything like that. I mean, I know it's not like that. That's not the program's criteria, but it can start to function that way a little bit and become a source that I don't know how reliable it is, but
not
people
here.
Yeah.
Very competitive.
Yeah. So at any rate, and it just, just from a budgeting perspective, right? You have these one-time things and you have these ongoing things, and you just really don't want a program like this to become an ongoing revenue source, just because it's not sustainable, I think.
Any other comments on this one? All right, let's move to Rainier Valley Historical Society.
I'll recuse myself from this one.
Okay. Okay, we'll go.
Stephanie did share. You're welcome to wander the galleries. I think leave the drinks in here, but and I'll come find you, Matt, once or me or Dylan or David. One of us will plug you down.
Okay. So this is a request for $909,000. It's to rehab the historic building in Columbia City. It's a new home for the Rainier Valley Historical Society.
It's just me. I'll look at that over there.
Yeah.
I loved learning about this project. I thought this was really interesting, and the organization seems to be coming into its own with this project.
Yeah.
And I think that was sort of the only, this is a small organization taking on a big project. And that was one of the only places where I had a little bit of concern, just because it's big.
Yeah. It's big.
And this is one of 2 or 3 that have seismic retrofits in them, which, not being a Pacific Northwesterner, was a new thing to me that I've started saying in the last couple of years. Like, that's a gutsy thing to.
It's a good
say.
thing.
We gotta deal with this. I'm just glad to see that.
Needless to say, I ranked it pretty high.
Yeah. I did too. I think I felt just an excitement around this one with their executive director and just the way they're so responsive to their community. I think this is a really important organization in that part of Seattle. And that they took this on, I think is amazing, and that they're doing the right, you know, the structural is really critical. And I felt like they really brought in an expert team to work on the project with them, so.
I'm very happy for them as far as hiring their new executive director, because it really shows how much it has professionalized like their operations and their planning. So yay, I love this one.
I felt the buzz too, but I gotta say, does this organization exist without this project, right? Like, that was my big question. So it seems like it's a newish organization. This is a core part of their mission. Like, if they don't get the funding and that this doesn't happen, does the organization still like operate, right? Like, there's a lot that I feel like is kind of riding on this project.
They've got a lot leveraged too, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of leverage on this building and around having, we all want to see, you know, a solid space for things to happen in, right? But I think I would have rather seen kind of an organization building momentum through projects and stuff like that, rather than like, hey, we have this great idea, we need a building for it, right? And it's like,
They discussed a lot of programming without a home.
Yeah.
They had
Yeah.
a lot of programming.
They're just in a storefront now, right? I think there was a photo of their current space. They're in a little storefront in Columbia City that they're renting, I'm sure.
Yeah, my impression was that they're actually doing a lot of programming, a lot of community work, and this actually puts them into a permanent home. Was kind of what I took from it.
I like the mission a lot, right? Like, I totally agree. I love the mission and I love the idea of having a historical society in this particular area that needs a lot more coverage of interpretation and feeling. But yeah, I just felt like there's a lot of leverage on the building itself here.
Well, and the timing of the application, I mean, there's a time limit that you can use the acquisition value, right? So they had to just go with it since they acquired the building in 25, right? So I think that's
Very recently.
yeah. Anything else on that one? Okay, let's go on to the Maryhill Museum. Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Good match. Okay.
10 applications later. We start thinking really being responsible.
Okay, we have 3 really high scores on this one, Ellen, Geronimo, and Ziggy. Ruben, you're the lower score.
Am I?
Yeah, I'm not a super high score on this one either.
Maybe.
I think this goes back to kind of what I said earlier, where it's a multi-phase project. This is a part of their phased approach to things. They've got consultants and partners and just seem to kind of fit all the. It's not a flashy
Yeah,
spend by any stretch, but
right.
you know, still something that seemed like a need for them.
If they need their water supply.
That was also part of why I scored them pretty high, that kind of phased approach that I could see in the materials and yeah, and appreciated the description of their mission and yeah, so the phased aspect of it and felt somewhat urgent in the state of the world right now, so.
I appreciated that they brought this project forward. It's really interesting. Just as far as learning about how to do this type of support work.
Ruben, do you have yours up?
I did, and I'm kind of processing a little bit. I mean, I guess I probably have a little bit of just internal like struggle with you know, a well and water system as a fit for this. I mean, and I know there's an argument for it, obviously. But it just seems like you're getting like you know, 1 or 2 steps removed away from you know, public history or rehabilitation or something like that. And so it's, you know, I mean, getting in front of a water issue, which, you know, water issues are gonna continue to be issues going forward. And but I was thinking about this actually, you know, just the other day, the types of projects we see. And there's the ones that are like a direct rehab of a historic building, or putting a roof on it, or repairing something that's failing. And the building itself is an interpretive object. Then you talk about, you know, exhibitions and displays, then you talk about the facilities that house those exhibitions and displays, and then you get kind of down the line of capital projects. And I don't, you know, I kind of talked myself in a big circle last night about, you know, I don't really know what the answer is, but you know, so maybe more grant programs. You know, and so, but I think that that's where I'm coming from on this, is that that while it's important, and it's important to get ahead of you know, a water issue repair system or something like that, it also maybe just seems, relative to the other projects, just getting a little further away from the core of this program.
I agree with stepping away from it. It felt to me like going a little side of the core. And then the community benefit and value. I didn't see letters that were evidence of groups. I love seeing a Seattle Times article because you're getting some coverage from a place not nearby. But I needed to see better direct evidence of the partnerships and the public support.
And that might be a bit of a challenge for this organization, just where they're located too, that they're not located really near a major community.
They're at that crossing. You're on your way somewhere. There it is, and stop. Yeah.
They get a lot of visitors. They get a lot of.
They get a lot of visitors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they do get a lot of visitors.
I just surprised at how many visitors.
I just, you know, I felt like their primary mission was more arts related, and I know they do programming around, you know, Indigenous people, and they have interpretive art, but I just, to me, it just felt more like an arts organization more than a lifelong learning. So that's really where I scored it just a little bit lower. Yeah,
it is, and the building is in 1926. So yeah, they've got some different avenues into the program.
That's kind of tough, because it's like, yeah, I totally understand that they could have highlighted like more about like their history related part of their programming collections, but it's like where you come from your own personal knowledge and you're like, yeah, they have amazing archives in there, and they have a really good interpretive program in their museum space. And I gotta say, I totally feel that water is a capital project, right? Like, it's like, that is like the essence of being able to get people into space, is like life support, right?
I was wanting more details though. What was the transmission system? Did it tie into the old system or not? And why not? And then, you know, there was a lot of money, 250,000, but it didn't really tell you what that money goes towards. I wanted more of a breakdown. And I had a question, why HCP? Which I don't remember what it said that, but
yeah. As opposed to building for the arts, maybe there were a couple of those I had questions about. Why HCP? It seems like it would have fit in another grant program a little better.
And I feel like they have other funding resources. And so why do they come here for this? They could have got it from somewhere else. But I'm not supposed to be judgmental.
Good to have questions. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Okay, any final thoughts on the Marytown Museum of Art?
I was just gonna say that we get several organizations that come to me or David with questions about that very thing of like which program should I apply to? And there's a couple of different, we allow applications from municipalities, which BFA does not. And then otherwise I tell folks that to apply for the program that most aligns with their project and organizational sort of needs. So I'm not exactly sure why they chose us above BFA, but because they're both very competitive, and BFA has a higher cap, but also has a lot of large projects that get requested through it. So we leave it up to the applicant, and then just say we can only apply for one state grant per biennium.
Right.
And then there's also the Building Communities Fund out of Commerce as well, which is more about economic, sort of distressed areas.
Jay, do our grant program, does Heritage Capital and the Building for the Arts run kind of concurrently?
Fairly concurrently, I think Building for the Arts is a little bit later deadline. I think their deadline actually is today.
Okay.
Or very close to today. It's.
But they can't, if they don't get funded or recommended for funding, they can't
Correct.
submit one to the other.
Yes.
Okay.
That it would not work to, change at this point.
Okay, anything else on Mary Hill? No? Let's move on to the Museum of History and Industry. Which we have definitely seen before. Okay, this is $1 million request. A lot of elements in the scope. Zane, you and I were at the top. Give them the high marks.
Yeah, I think a lot of this, again, I'm gonna say it again for my high scores, was the phased approach, the clear demonstration that they've been able to manage, capital projects like this. It's MoHi, everybody knows MoHi, so they've got a strong commitment to partnerships and relationships throughout the region. Yeah.
And I'll just say that my little notes at the end were universal accessibility, really important, flexibility, enhanced experience for the visitors. So, and everything else that you said, it was a really well prepared, well planned project. Some people must have scored it lower because it's down at 32, so, or 24, sorry.
Not to push you on the spot.
That's okay. I wanted to hear wait for
And then Freya was the next lowest, and then Lynn was the next lowest after that.
I mean, for me, it's like, yes, we all know MoHi. We know that they have a good history, but it's almost like I almost felt like it was like, yeah, you know us, we're your friends. I just didn't get a lot of development from it. I don't know, I felt like it could have been a little bit more specific around what the interpretive idea is here, or just we have an idea for an exhibit. And I think I felt that way the last time we did the other round. It's just they didn't give us a lot of, not too much information to work from, around what they wanted to do or the urgency of it. I understand universal accessibility is a great, and to your point, I think I'll probably change my score around that, but the other urgency of it, right? It's already a working space, they do need to have some reinterpretation of some of their exhibits, but what that looks like and what they want it to be is, I think, really what I'd rather kind of be reading here.
I hear that.
I think that's where the application was probably didn't do them a lot of services, or I didn't get a feel for what you actually would get from this project. If you haven't, I've never visited their facility before, and so I didn't have the benefit of knowing what they're actually talking about and what type of accessibility, how many square feet are you actually gaining compared to what you have now? What are your interpretive goals? That was completely missing from this. I didn't even really get a very good feel for what the museum's specific mission was. And so I think it really was just that the application itself was just very difficult to get a clear picture of what they wanted to do.
this could be one for me that since I know this organization
Mhm.
really well, that it's, it's hard to not bring those. I don't know if it's a bias, but not, it's not really a bias, but it's the information you hold about an organization. That, yeah.
Like I scored this one not as high, but relatively, strongly. But the reason why it wasn't higher was for the reasons that Fran Geronimo stated. I think that I was a little bit underwhelmed with sort of how specific things were and kind of the get from it. And so, but I mean, Mohai is a great institution, and so, but I actually, it's kind of funny you mentioned that because I kind of felt the same way last time.
Yeah.
So, so I gave it kind of I mean, so I knocked some points off for that, but otherwise, so I just wanted to concur.
Just the detailed project budget was a $3.1 million line for construction.
Yeah.
That's it.
That takes a lot on faith, and it's not that we don't trust them, but it's,
Yeah, they could do better.
yeah, exactly.
It also lost some points for me with not seeing the evidence of support from the stakeholders, because I really appreciate letters of support and that evidence that there are partners and there are people in the community supporting that. And I think there was a lot of take it on faith with this particular application.
Really good discussion on this one. Thank you all. It's really helpful for me. Anybody else? Eric?
I went through some of the same issues that you guys have shared so far. And I too was like, well, there's a lot of buildings that are gonna fall down and this is not gonna be one of them. And, but my struggle was when you read the criteria, do they have a mission that's primary, interpreting? Are they committed to offering regular? It's like, that's it was hard to not agree that they do both of those things. So I gave them a higher score, but it took me a while to get there. At the end of the day, I just took the reading on the judging criteria for what it was and had to judge on that. And as much as, I didn't see some of the things that have been brought up here, at the end of the day, I just really relied on what is a high score, what's a medium score, and what's a low score. That helped me get through that many. But
Thank you for adding that drop down.
yeah,
It was really helpful.
Yeah, game changer.
Total game changer. Yeah.
We're here to help.
Yes. Thank you, Terry. That's great. Okay, anything else on Mohai, or any other comments on any of the applications in this group? Because we're through this group, right?
No, I think
No, we have a couple.
We're to 28.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
So just a reminder that I don't know if any scores have been changed in the system, and we can review that later, but the funding cutoff kind of hits here at Mohai.
Oh, that's what I had. I had.
So if there are ones below this, I think it's still worth talking through them, giving feedback to folks, discussing them. If there's ones below about here that you want to speak passionately toward, to try to move them up into funding range, kind of now would be the time to start bringing those up. But again, there's so many great applications. It's hard to, it's hard to see.
Yeah, let's talk about La Crosse Community Pride, and I know we've seen this one. La Crosse rocks.
And Zane's gonna go ahead.
Oh, yes.
Step up.
Zane's gonna use this one. Okay, let's see. Angela scored them the highest, I think. And then Sarah, and there's just a 13-point variation. This isn't a huge range, but your request is for $51,000 to complete the interior restoration of the Rock Service Station and do some landscaping.
The scale, when you think of this and the one we just looked at.
Yeah.
Bottles and I, yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And gosh, I want to get behind them.
Mhm.
And it's a small amount and seems like low risk.
Yeah.
They, if you go by numbers, I wish I felt more confident in their ability to interpret this effectively and make connections besides being distinct. What else does it tell us?
I have the feeling they're so focused on getting the rehab done, like they're
Yeah.
just step by step, opening it to the public, the bond cap, and then it's gonna come, but it's not quite there yet. Yeah. Yeah.
I think this was where I was questioning what was funded before, because I
Yeah.
remember them talking about the shop before.
Yes.
But they also talked about the cabins or those
Yeah.
other,
Yeah.
which they finished and
Yeah.
are renting out, so
Right.
that was really
Right.
great.
Yeah.
And it was nice to get there,
They,
moving forward and.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's common that a project will be approved with a certain scope and then escalation or market factors determine that they're not gonna be able to finish that scope, so they'll come back. And so maybe it'll seem like they're coming back to the same thing, but they weren't actually able to finish that scope because price escalation most of the time in the last few years.
especially in the last few years. And, we have distributed, an HCP survey to try to get feedback from folks, and rising construction costs is listed as a huge barrier in the survey. So it's been affecting projects since COVID.
Because if you think about it, they've already received a quote for the work that's not gonna happen for almost 2 years.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fair
and they did, come before you all last time and did not get them. And then their previous, award was, I think in
21.
21 to 23. Yeah, 21 to 23.
It's a well-described project, seems doable.
Did they complete their earlier phase? By now, they're done. Okay.
Which were the cabins, right?
Mhm.
No, it was part of it was still.
Gas station.
Service station. The cabins they had some other small grants, and, those are much smaller projects. So they had, during their previous grants, a little bit of trouble, finding, historic preservation professionals to get out to La Crosse.
And contractors.
And contractors, and actually, they had originally proposed deconstructing the service station, reconstructing it with the basalt rocks, and they have since gotten some professionals on board to help them not go that path and instead do some shoring up of the existing structure instead. So I think it took a while to get there, but they got there, and wrapped up their past grant and come back for more support.
To your point, it's a $51,000 request. It's
Mhm.
very, and they're remote. They're,
Yeah.
And they have a lot of partners, a lot of support. I think it's an important project for the community.
I remember last time being excited for once they finally get this museum space completed, and I'm still excited reading it again for what that'll be, even though I scored a little bit lower just for capacity and, the amount of work and those kinds of things, but.
I think for me, it was very concerning how many applicants there are this year. And the ones that were really high asking and their capability of creating a really good application compared to some of the smaller organizations that maybe don't have that capacity to really write a good grant application, but really are asking for very little funding to do what they need to do, but they end up getting really pushed down to the end. I feel like that's a conversation we need to maybe address or.
It's sector wide. It's a problem in grant funding across the board of very well resourced applicants have the resources to put together a very polished, organized application, and the small requests don't. So we, as a team, are always looking for ways to try to educate and, help folks gain those skills, which there's obviously more work to do. And then the other kind of tweak we made this year to the criteria was to try to add relative to the amount requested into especially the project planning and capacity area. As Sarah mentioned, low risk, small dollar amount is a different consideration than the $1 million request. So
I also think by the way you grouped them by their request was so helpful for me as a reviewer.
Yeah.
And I just reviewed, the batches like that and saved the $1 million ones for the end. But I thought it was really helpful that I wasn't feeling like I was, comparing apples to oranges. And I was really focused on what's the capacity of this organization? As you said, what's the dollar amount request? What's the risk? Can they do it? I thought it was really, really helpful. And we did have a robust conversation about that.
we did. Definitely there's more conversation to be had next round. So keep those comments.
Yeah, I thought we talked about this after the last one, because of all the $1 million ones, and so. Admittedly, yeah, I probably had a small bias towards the lower dollar amount. And, obviously. This one has some outside funding that's been substantial, but otherwise, I think the $1 million ones in many senses were the ones that don't necessarily need the money, whereas, folks like this, institutions like this do need the money, and so.
Yeah.
I had that was kind of a bias in the back of my head, unfortunately.
Sure, where you can ask, they're asked now, and then what their scores are, even lower and higher. We start at the lowest. If they get a certain score, they're in that.
Anything else on the cross community fund? Okay, let's go on to the San Juan County Conservation Land Bank. Thank you, Nick.
Oh, yes.
He's here. All right, this is another smaller request, 100,000 to stabilize this great Chadwick house in San Juan County.
I'd like to champion them. I gave them a higher score. I loved lifelong learning, excited to see HistoriCorps participation. There's a little bit of a leap of faith there, but that's an intention. Good partnership with the land bank staff that allows them to do things that they wouldn't do. When have you read a proposal that includes infrared counting of land access? It's like, great, that is a good way to demonstrate that there are people here seeing the space, and anything you put outside that's interpretive is going to be noticed likely by more people than you'd anticipate. They do have a stewardship endowment for maintenance. So if we give them this boost, they're able to do a little more work. They've got a conditions assessment. They've got somebody who keeps eyes on it. And they have financial guidance from the land bank. So I like them.
Okay.
This is also one of my higher scoring ones. That's just like, yeah, when I see HistoriCorps, I'm just like, yeah, they're great. It's like good people to have working on stuff. It's a great partnership to have. I also said that I like the fact that the public funding that was recently renewed, right? Like, it's like, yeah, so that means that people are interested in this.
I think they had 17 letters
Yeah.
from the
Cool.
community support. Yeah.
And not just generic letters, like ones that painted an entire picture. In fact, I think they actually really use those well to supplement their, that's like the value of the history component here and what their future interpretation would look like. I don't think it would have done as well without those letters of support, because those are really strong.
this discussion's helping me a lot. I gave them a pretty low score for the lifelong learning piece, because to me, you know, their mandate really is around environmental, and agriculture. They have cultural in there, but and then the interpretation was mostly gonna happen in the future, which I get, the building's not done. But I do think I should have scored them a little higher on community benefit and value, because they did have a lot of support. The thing is, I don't think they had cost estimates, but maybe or did I miss that? I might have missed that. They have 100% of their match. I really did like the partnership with the Historic Board, training volunteers. Why did I know that there were no?
Have the budget in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought maybe it was a little early for our funding, but I could be swayed. Did I miss are they there, the cost estimates?
It was from HistoriCorps.
Okay.
I think. And it's not really detailed out. It's kind of a scope with, it's the last couple of pages, I guess, of that HistoriCorps document
Okay.
in the budget section.
Okay, maybe I didn't delve deep enough.
You did have to dig into their books a little bit to find some of the other components, like their budget for signage, and that wasn't really explicit. It was hiding in there.
Okay. Anyone else championing this one?
I think my scores don't necessarily reflect. I'm kind of in the same boat as you are.
Yeah.
And I think I want to adjust a couple of them. Just, again, the condition assessment report, they've gone through that steps. I kind of share some of your comments on lifelong learning. But yeah, I think I'm going to adjust a couple of my scores based on this conversation.
All right, we are on to Renton Historical Society. Two more and then we'll do a break. Renton, let me see if we can go. This is about a $500,000 request to purchase and remodel the building, including roof replacement, elevator modernization, and masonry repairs down in Renton.
So, sorry, just to be clear, when we have folks write their application, we have them write the entire scope of work, including all the match.
Oh, right. This one.
So the building is purchased.
The building's been purchased. That's the
match.
Yeah.
And so it's, again, we have them write it as a full scope of work, because that's what ends up in the contract. But buildings
similar to the Rainier Valley.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'll just jump in and say I scored it high. This organization's been around for a long time. They do really good work in partnership with the city. The city seems like they're not as dedicated to their museum at the moment as they're fantastic executive director retired. So I feel like by having their own building, they're going to be on their way to doing more programming down in Renton and maybe filling a little bit of a gap down there. I thought it was well planned. I think they have consultants on board, well documented, well prepared application. I thought their lifelong learning and community benefit both strong, and that the project fills a need for the community.
I like that they're stepping in with some of their maintenance ahead of crisis.
Yes, yes, planning.
How did our structural folks feel about the past seismic upgrades
That's great.
or the or the unreinforced masonry on this one?
I love the building. I think
It's so cool.
I mean, you see that it was the first brick building built in Renton. I thought that was kind of a cool little nugget, even though it's not listed on any registers or anything. The fact that some seismic retrofitting has been done is better than no seismic retrofitting.
Yeah, I think they could have, they potentially could have a little historic district down there. We did a survey down there a couple years ago, funded by a CLG grant, and did a URM survey too, and this is definitely a significant building from here.
So did you get a feel that the foundation for this, guys, I did notice that there were some notes on the foundation settling, and I didn't know if that was something that had been taken care of in some of the previous work, or if the new repointing project was going to actually kind of cover over some of the evidence of that.
Well, that's structural engineering. That's what happened.
I don't know the answer to those questions. It's pretty common. I would say that, you know, you're gonna see some cracks and things like that in both buildings. And so repointing is always one of the high priority items, obviously for weather and water and things like that. So there was nothing that stood out that was like I was in favor of everything.
Just
I also felt a sense of urgency in theirs that felt like this was very much needed. Having moved the collection twice, that was busy.
Anybody else on Renton?
You get a lot, like a lot of project for how much money they're asking for. That would be the only comment, maybe like,
Yeah.
wow, like it's a
Yeah.
lot, like elevator, like and roof
Yeah.
and repointing, sure, but like, yeah, it's a lot of scope for what we're talking about here. But otherwise, really well written application, and yeah, the urgency was there for sure.
Okay. All right, one more before our break, and that's the city of Linwood. This is a $56,000 request for roofing on 3 historic structures at their heritage park.
I just got a lot of bang for your buck with this one.
Bray was the high score, and Lynn and Ruben were
Yeah.
the lower score.
I'm trying to figure myself out.
So I scored this one really high just because it wasn't just that they were supporting these history partners, but the city of Linwood actually has a mission that is history based, you know, within what they're planning here too. So that was, I really like that. It wasn't added just as an adder for the grant application itself.
Yeah, you're right. It's in their mission.
Mm-hmm.
These are all the structures that were moved to save, right? They moved into a park area.
Yeah, the water tower was a grant in the 21 to 23 cycle
Mm-hmm.
to move it and stabilize it.
Yeah, I'm reevaluating my scores sort of in light of our conversation today. I think this one is one where I was just being very straightforward with the criteria and not giving a lot of latitude.
Anybody have any thoughts on this one?
I'm in the same boat. I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna, I think I probably underscored them on, especially on the lifelong learning side.
Yeah.
And so I'll be making an adjustment there too.
Like, this is the kind of project I would like to see a municipality bring forward.
So, general question. I'm all for roofs. But when we get, it's part of that game of urgency, deferred maintenance urgency. There's urgency because something's interfered, like the water table's changed, and then there's maintenance. But maintenance doesn't, they don't maintain themselves. So I think there's value, but it didn't get extra points for that, I would say. So I think I'm pretty much middle, like,
Yeah,
right, okay.
which makes sense.
Mhm.
I remember we had that discussion last round on some of the municipalities who, maybe there was deferred maintenance and we were questioning, well, what's the role of this grant program related to being a city to take care of deferred maintenance? But yet, roofs are really important.
Yeah, roofs are really
To preserve historic buildings and collections and, yeah.
Yeah, it's different from maybe a porch.
Mhm.
You know, I think from a municipal perspective too, it's nice. I mean, when you have a good project, that it's, I think it helps the preservation efforts internally inside of that organization if they can draw external support.
Yeah.
And it really, I think helps make a case and further work and support internally.
Yeah.
And all of us as taxpayers in our cities would want our municipalities and own historic structures to be looking for additional support.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not just.
Their definition of deferred maintenance was a little bit different than the general one too, that they were missing their kind of planned capital project timeline by a few years, not a few decades. So
Yeah. You're right.
On the planning side, I probably docked them a point or two because they were planning on doing it all in-house, which I realize a roof is relatively simple, but when you're talking about historic buildings, at the very least, I would like to see a building envelope consultant or someone that's gonna carry out those details. So that they're not just doing like, hey, this is what I did on my house type thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, just thought a little bit of outside help would be helpful.
for $55,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm, yeah.
For your buck.
Yeah.
It's right. Thank for your buck.
That's good, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, any final thoughts on this group? Now we can take a break.
Yep, pause recording.
Jay, how long do we want to take?
Let's do, you're gonna need to. Unmute, so.
Yeah, we should be unmuted. Can you hear me?
Oh, yep.
All right.
Okay, we're good to go. Starting in on group 3. Let's start with the Swift Center Foundation. This is I had this one. I think I did have to go to the website to see what Swift stood for. Zebra Woolly, what is it?
I think I went to this website too. It was the only one I went to the website.
Mhm. Okay, yeah, this is to restore the historic hub building at the former Northern State Hospital. $1 million request.
I have this one pretty high. And this is kind of, then we had this conversation earlier too, where it's not necessarily in support specifically of like a historical museum, but it is a historic building. And they've got, a full set of plans developed. They've got the process identified, consultants on board. On my side, I ranked it pretty high because they have all those plans and it was in supporting an old building, right?
Yeah.
An old historic building.
It is a gem at the heart of the campus, right? Like, and it's such a beautiful building and they have a good strategy for it. I think the only place that I might have like kind of brought down my score a little bit was like, yeah, because it's not a museum space, it's the interpretive strategy for the building. And I felt like the interpretive strategy was a little bit more for the campus as a whole and kind of, it would have been interesting to see how they integrated it into the building itself. Like what kind of a space were they creating to like tell this story? Because it is kind of like, if you're going to welcome visitors into this campus, you're going to welcome them there to this hub space.
Yeah. Yeah, I noted that there are public tours that are hosted by the Skagit Historical Society, so that's an important partnership for them. But also in terms of lifelong learning, I think this is intended to be a community gathering space, but it is a really significant building in the heart of this campus. So, and the organization is a foundation that I believe was formed to raise money for this project. Yeah.
The application said a lot of the right things regarding the interpretation, but the actual documentation of that was pretty skimpy.
Yeah.
I'm the low score. It said, my final comment was, the building is clearly in need of help. The history component is lacking, in particular by the organization requesting the funding. Details on how the building could be used in the future were lacking, including the demonstration that the community was looking to utilize such a space.
Anybody else? Strong feelings on this one? Okay, let's move to the Northwest Schooner Society.
Are we skipping?
Did I skip one? Where am I? Enumclaw, sorry. Skipped Enumclaw. No, Northwest.
So they have the exact same average score, so they got a little flip-flopped on some of the lists because I was sorting.
Okay, let's talk about Enumclaw then, and then we'll do the Schooner Society.
So yeah, they were 49.9909.
Okay, Angela and Freya scored the highest, and Terry, you were a little bit lower, the low score at 40. And this is a $33,000 request for a roof replacement.
The question about this one, the grant that is shown as the match, have they received that grant or is this like?
Let me pull it up.
Or is it, have they applied for that grant?
Yeah, so one of the changes we made was for all the matching documentation not to be reviewed by you all. So you didn't see that, but I can pull that up right now. Yes, it is. It was documented as having received funding from Forensic.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. I feel like I read an application that sounded like they were using a previous HCP as a match.
There was
Is that
is not
allowable?
So it's a little bit confusing, especially with very small projects where there's reimbursement involved. And so you spend the funds of your own funds on the expense and then get reimbursed by HCP. And so as long as they're not counting the HCP money as the funds, we're essentially counting the original spent funds that were already expended from some other source as the leftovers once it's been reimbursed. So there was one application that had listed the previous HCP funds.
Okay.
And it wasn't the grant, well, it's technically, the reimbursement of already spent funds. It gets a little confusing and usually it doesn't come up super often just because most folks aren't living sort of HCP to HCP, but it did in one of the applications. It was the sort of a cash on hand leftover after we finished up the grant and spent the other funds, which were then reimbursed by HCP.
But they can't use they can't use a match amount for more than one.
It's more about the scope of
scope
of work and what was paid for.
I see.
Within the contract. And so we just confirmed with them that the scope is separate. And that the HCP reimbursed the scope of the other grant and made the cash on hand whole again. But the funds are attributed to the previous scope. I don't think that was these guys.
Well, I'll just jump in and say, I know this organization. This is a designated landmark in King County. And I know, they're trying to be open more. They're really focused on providing more service to the community, more educational programming. I did question a little bit. They have 75% of their match in hand. And they need to raise about 16,000 more, which is a lot for an organization of this size and this capacity. I just said it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for them, but not to say that they can't do it. I just am not sure if they're ready. That was just I think it's a worthy project.
Maybe that's where my comment came from on lifelong learning. I was like, I'd rather see them kind of talk about events that they've been doing, and maybe that would actually even help the fundraising if they were to have a little bit more of a public face rather than just being a good at community resource, right? But when you do events, then it's easier to kind of we're gonna raise money and have a little bit more public face.
Anyone else have thoughts on this one? It's not a big ask, but
It's a little time sensitive for their matching. Like,
Yeah,
this is the last round that some of their matching grants would be eligible.
yeah. Yeah, and you do want them to be able to leverage their other grant sources. Yeah. And I know they have, the project managers are experienced in this kind of work, so.
It's kind of interesting to me that, it's a fairly straightforward project. It involves a historically listed building. It's an envelope issue. The ask is not very big.
Yeah.
It's a historical organization with interpretation as its main objective. So why is it not scored by the group? But it's an interesting question to me. It's like, it should be more compelling, I think, on those factors.
Well, I think just from the basis of what our grant is intended to do, like they don't need to make a huge argument for themselves because they fill those boxes so well.
Right. Yeah, and but it's sitting in an average score of 49.
So I gave them a low one, lower one. For lifelong learning, what I said is that other proposals scoring higher had more avenues for public engagement, like online and offsite and in partnerships. There was just more varied. So it was eligible, yet not competitive compared to some other proposals, as competitive. Community benefit and value proposals that scored higher had multiple partnerships for varied services or programming. So it was concerns about lack of amplification, at least in this, but maybe in their public engagement, which would help them with the 16.
I know, but there was no letters of support or public comments. Just
Same.
they just provided a visitor signage.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bring that up for sake of discussion too, because I mean, I'm looking at my scores too, and they seem a little low maybe for what it is. And so I'm just, having some discussion
I
around.
used the criteria and I
Yeah.
kind of had a point system worked out and, I just was like, well, that's not there, that's not there. Okay, I got this many points taken off and. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Ruben. That's really good to discuss. Anybody else on Enumclaw?
Then, not just in general, there were still again this year, people not addressing the 13 years beyond the project. A lot of those,
Right.
which is, they didn't either, so
Yeah.
there's a little ding there too. They were committed to do it, but they didn't really say they were gonna do
General statements.
it. Yeah.
Things.
It's definitely a big lift for an organization like this, or just any small organization, to plan out, and it's what we requested, and it's what we require, so that doesn't negate that, but yeah, for small orgs, we don't tend to have as much future planning in place, it's more year to year.
I thought their agreement with the city of Enumclaw showed enough public support, just, I think it was $1,000 for paying their annual insurance costs.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to, now we're at Northwest Schooner Society. Okay, oh, this is Burroughs Island Light Station. We saw this one last round, if I recall. Was it funded? I don't think so.
They have an older grant. I believe they were not funded 2 years ago, but they were funded the cycle before. Just double check. And this is another one where they have match from the Coast Guard investment that expires after this. So.
This project has been on their boards for several years.
This is a long one. It's a very small organization of all volunteers and a kind of hard to get to location. And so they just have a lot of trouble getting contractors and other building up. That's why it's taken a long time.
Yeah, so I give them a little bit of a ding because they no contractor commitments, but.
Yeah.
And full disclosure, I am a kayaker.
You've been there? I have not been to this city though. The creativity and the partnerships, they just are and figuring out how they can solve a really tough problem. And they've reached out to other folks who've done this before in order to really prove their solution, ground truth their solution. So that's why they scored high for me. It's taken some work to find the other folks who've done. Now I'm feeling like I may have dinged them just because they're so remote and because they haven't, they don't have, but like you said, they have their own particular challenges and they're trying to address them.
I think I found some of the letters of support for this one pretty compelling. Some of the partnerships with, I think, student groups. It's really interesting to me. Yeah.
Thought it was cool to see they started doing some docent-led tours, and it feels like they're starting to slowly build up what they can offer to the community, even since the last time we saw an application from them.
This feels stronger than what I remember from before.
This is one of the few that had enough specific milestones in their strategic plan that I thought would be helpful for the monitoring period. Didn't see that in a lot of other applications. And they at least had some, sufficient progress on their interpretive planning that just felt right for this phase of the project too.
I wish their mission included something about heritage education though, because it's really to preserve the vessel's facilities and skills of Northwest Maritime Heritage. It's pretty specific to preservation. Just that little.
It seems like to get people out to such a remote location, you have to kind of build these partnerships in which they're talking about. But I think, yeah, maybe the overall mission statement could have been like, yeah, we need to talk about the larger regional aspects of maritime heritage to get people to such a remote site and to really build momentum around such a remote project.
Yeah. Similar to, I mean, just the same idea.
Yeah.
Building more capacity will help generate more excitement and more support overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they demonstrated some of that, which I think is great. And
Their letters of support included, or I don't know the letters specifically, but they did provide a lot of detailed information about visitor numbers just based on some of the programs that were already utilizing the space.
Anything else? Okay.
I might suggest we move along.
Okay.
We have several more in this group. In only 15 more minutes. We can stretch that out a little bit. David went to go get lunch. So we can adjust.
Okay, yeah, we'll move along to the Anderson Island Historical Society. This is a grant request for 64,000. Re-review. Terry, you scored this one pretty high. You're on the low end on this one.
You gotta be a little critical, like it's not a huge ask, right? Like I could be like more generous maybe, but I mean, a little concerns just on a preservation aspect about using OSB as a base under a new cedar shake roof, right? Like it's like not a great idea. Like it's not gonna last very long. So that might be better suited to the historic farm grant program.
Which they could apply for because those applications don't happen until the planning starts. So.
The percentage of funding in that program too is much higher than what we offer in this one. This one, we're gonna fund about a third of the asks, and with Barnes, it's probably closer to 2/3 since it's used to $1 million per biennium.
But for context on our 66 proposal, word is from 68. That's right. Word is the Federal Institute of Museum and Library Services program was off the charts applications. The talk is that half of that was just to like raise the flag so the funding doesn't disappear. But also everybody's going in for any money they can find.
I also have another note on here that it would have been a little bit more convincing to have estimates put together by the company in Canada that's going to produce the shake, right? Rather than just like us, a third party, right? That Mr. Rob like just says he's going to get this for this price. I'm like, I don't know. Like, nothing about international quotes, you know.
Good point. Okay, anything else on Anderson Island? All right, let's move on to the Duwamish Tribal Services application.
And Jennifer, I got an administrative note on this
Yeah.
one. One panelist had contacted me asking about the Pearson Plumbing quote that matches the last name of the executive director. Just as, that should have been called out in the conflict of interest, and
Okay.
it wasn't. But the applicant communicated that, that quote was for informational and scoping purposes only, and they weren't planning to go with the company that has familial relationship
Okay.
with the executive director. So, that was the response I got on that.
So would we just disregard that quote then if they're not gonna use it? Or,
We do allow folks to get, to change contractors
Yeah.
after the fact. So it's, we don't tie them into any particular contractor that they submit in their application. We also don't require folks to get multiple bids. It's just administratively very difficult for especially small folks, and remote folks.
Yeah.
So I think, and then we also sort of counsel folks, a lot of cities with facilities staff will sometimes generate their own bids and estimates. And kind of what I say to folks is include some information about your internal staff qualifications and experience to sort of justify and show the legitimacy of these numbers if you're not getting a third party outside quote. So there's a range of quality
exactly.
that you see, but according to the applicant, they were not planning to use that company. It was more for informational purposes right now in order to correctly scope and budget.
Any comments on this one? Sarah, you're the high score.
I'm so far behind this one. Especially community participatory process for the tribe in Seattle have led to this project's clear and hopeful design. All anticipation of future value is more than reasonable to the audience. Clear need for a dedicated space under lifelong learning, cultural learning for all ages. I scored the next applicant as well at very high, perfect. Because cultural learning it is a version of historic interpretation for me. So I didn't have any hesitation with that. And clearly within the tribe's capacity to pull off this project and a commitment from the community to care for it.
Thank you. Anyone have anything to add or other issues you might have had, questions about the application?
A little bit more development would help me kind of feel a little bit more confident in the application in the, as far as the plans or like
Yeah.
what this thing is.
Right, there wasn't a lot, just that they're gonna transform a industrial building, but they're expanding their campus and, yeah. Okay, should we move on? Anybody else? Let's go to Lopez Island Historical Society. Is it another smaller ask, 87,000? For the Port Stanley Schoolhouse, repairs at the Portland Stanley Schoolhouse, roofing, signage, gutters, siding, porch repairs, window replacement and painting. It's a lot. See how much is in this. I'll just jump in and say I had a question about the proposal to replace the wood windows with metal clad windows. Did that jump out for anybody else?
I mean, couple did that jump out.
Yeah.
I'd say I would more focus on the replacement of the cedar.
The cedar.
The roof, yeah.
I was just like that's a rough one. Like, I mean, I understand the need, like, there's the urgency there. Those things are really hard to maintain, but they might have gone with a little bit more of an appropriate replacement, maybe something, even as simple as like composition tiles, right? It would have been like, rather than going full on, is it metal seed?
Yeah, metal, yeah. Metal clad. Yeah, I actually had that one too. So
I also had that the mission related activities might be too much in the future tense, right? Like that it would be nice to see like kind of building on stuff rather than saying, hey, we're gonna do all these things, right? Which I don't believe that they would.
Anyone else have questions about the lack of a window survey or replace, or, you know, really compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards?
Yeah.
That's the bottom line for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm investing down.
okay,
Mhm.
okay. Then let's move on to Pacific Science Center. Right. Right, this is a $162,000 request. Oh, this is to remove an existing roof membrane on the structure, on building 3 and replace it with a new waterproofing system. Let's see if I did here. Geronimo, you scored this one high
I mean,
and I scored it low. Let me look. See.
I mean, I think that their lifelong learning, great. I scored them really high. I love their improvements of access, right? Like not being gated and like they've taken away the gates. They want people to come and see this place. That's great. Planning capacity, a reliable organization. I scored them really high. The only place I dinged them a little bit was like, I wish they had communicated like that it's failing, right? Like, yeah, I get the pictures, right? But like, is it really failing? Like, or could this wait like another couple of years?
Yeah, I guess I scored them low because I didn't see a history education as part of their mission. I thought it's really science education, which I think is awesome, but I didn't see history. So I actually scored them quite low on that. But everything else I thought, you know, it's a worthy project, they have a community benefit for what they offer. They have a lot of support and it's needed. Anybody else?
Yeah, so I keep
At their previous project where they opened up the courtyard and kind of restored the feel of that space and the visual. I think that would have been a better match for this program.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah, Jennifer, I also had them pretty low on the lifelong learning piece for that aspect. It's like clearly they're a science based and
Yeah.
it's all about learning, but history is just kind of like secondary or maybe tertiary.
Yeah.
That was my question. Is science history?
Yeah. Yeah. I use.
That's cool.
It all depends on how, everything can be history,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
depends on how you're interpreting, prioritizing.
They might have played up the building a little bit more, but it's a
Yeah.
historic, very historic
Yeah,
building.
very
Like,
important building.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a, yeah,
how they
That's kind of
interpret.
how I approached it, was the building
building
itself.
itself. Yeah. Okay, anything else on that one?
And weird that the engineer might score this a little higher than.
Yeah.
Everyone gets to score how they would like.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the Western Forest Industries Museum.
It's one of the pretty high.
$573,000 request, and we saw this one last round, did we not, Jay? Or a couple rounds ago, at least, I know we've seen it. This is the Mineral Museum campus.
Yeah, they formerly are the Mount Rainier Scenic Railroad. They
Yeah.
changed names a couple of times and have changed leadership a little bit over the years. Let's see. Looks like their last grant was in 27 for engine restoration and Porter number 5 steam engine restoration. So this got funded last round.
Okay, maybe I missed something, but I think I saw that they said they got $3 million in ticket sales. Okay, is that true? I mean, I don't want to quit, but I was like, is that a typo? But they
don't
three
think-
mil-
Don't
It's
think
a
so.
whole organization.
It's a very popular attraction. They
Okay.
do like rides, quite a long track. They have multiple sort of sites that they go between. Yeah, I mean, looking at their operating,
Okay.
it's pretty intense.
Yeah. I did go to their website to check because I wanted to see how much is a ticket and I couldn't find, so that was my big question, like, okay.
Yeah, they have quite a robust sort of earned revenue system, set up, through the sort of tourism piece, so.
I think they mentioned they have 200,000 riders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good.
I think I really liked like the vision of this project and bringing all of these pieces together. I liked the public access strategic plan, breaking down the multi-component in a way that I could really understand as somebody who's not like steeped in building restoration every day of my life. And they do seem suited to large projects with substantial public support. Although it does seem very ambitious for the grant timeline, is something I also noted.
I've got to give them some more points for their. Capacity.
I love the idea that sounds like the phone app for the history isn't really an interpretive move. They don't need to necessarily staff it, but anybody can access it if they have a smartphone.
Yeah, the whole GPS triggered,
Mhm.
which feels like for this kind of scale of how far it goes, is a neat way to incorporate a lot of space.
I have on here that I think I would have liked to read about more planned and ongoing partnerships to help contextualize like how that history is regionally. It's always nice to not just view that one piece of history in isolation of maybe a larger story.
I saw that they restructured in 2022.
Yeah, there's been multiple restructurings over the years from the scenic railroad to. I don't know off the top of my head exactly the progression there, but they also, I think, have a newish executive director in the last few years. I think have grown a lot in the recent years.
Okay, anything else on that application? No. All right, where are we now? We are with the Laluska Foundation in photos. Here we go.
I'll just note, an administrative note for this one too. We had our tribal liaison take a look at some of the applications and I met with him and did have some concerns about, the organization kind of talking about tribal history, but it's unclear if it's Washington tribal history or North Coast tribal traditions. And then that as a tribal organization, I don't think we saw any support from the Cowlitz, which is the Washington tribe in that area. So I think if you want to say anything else about that.
Yeah, I think, in consultation with our tribal liaison, just kind of raising those concerns about it not really being Coast Salish or Washington state specific history. And I think the lack of partnership, especially with the Cowlitz as a federally recognized tribe on Cowlitz land was kind of a red flag.
I think I had the same discussions last time.
Yeah, this is their third application.
Who is your tribal liaison?
Todd Clark, he moved from Maxwell, a year ago, actually.
Yeah, sorry, right before me.
Thank you for that. Helpful. Anyone other comments on this one?
Got too many things on this one that again, majority written in the future tense, like we will do this rather than we have done this, right? Like for the like long learning piece of it. The critical nature seems a little bit out of phase. Like there's like, hey, we need to build this thing to house our collection, whether, or it's gonna fall apart, rather than like, we'd like to use this money to move our collection to a temporary space to keep it from falling apart while we kind of do this, right? Like, I think there's a little bit out of phase there.
Yeah.
And then, like, nothing seems to happen without this grant, right? Like, that's another big one. It's like, does this happen? Do they have another support mechanism?
Are they gonna
for
be able
this?
to move ahead?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Nothing else on this one?
I just want to quickly say that I appreciate that they're also bringing in outside expertise for collections care, in addition to the family and historical knowledge.
Did you get a feel for the scope of the collection? Like what, I mean, beyond the parts that were created by the founder, like what did that look like? I wasn't sure like how much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't, I guess, really supporting the application.
I think it's everything they wear and all their performances and
Okay.
things, so I
Oh,
see it as whatever you see in those pictures. And that, and maybe I get some of that from the last application too. I think in my head, that's what I remember that from too.
Okay, should we move on to the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe application? Okay. No. And this is 330,000 to or construction of caretaker's home for storage of their collections at the Reynolds Farm, which is a very significant property in King County.
Yeah, it's the Indian agent.
Mhm.
And they did receive a grant. Mine 2 cycles ago for some others collections work at this site. They've got like canoe storage in the garage and some other stuff.
Did they get any Heritage Capital funds for restoration of the farm, the Indian Agency cabin? Cause I know they've been working to rehab that, maybe with foreclosure funds. Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah. Maybe not this round. Could have been matched.
And it could be
Yeah.
matched. If it were for culture funds, I hope they.
Yeah. Any comments on this one? Let's see. Got some high scores, Sarah and Ellen.
I had high confidence in the value and, in the value of the project and their capacity to do it, strategic approach. And always when you look at the proposal is the organization giving us a proposal that reflects what it looks like the capacity of the institution. There's like they're firing on all cylinders and doing their best.
So can money be used for new construction?
I don't think canoe would be considered capital. It would be just the storage. I was mentioning the storage area for the canoes.
Cause they wanted to build that steel building, right?
I think you said new and you said canoe.
Oh,
Is that
sorry.
possible?
Canoe
No,
building.
new building.
Yes, new construction is usually eligible, yes, sorry, especially a lot of the new construction we see is either a new museum building or new collection storage. And just to answer your question, Jennifer, it does look like the restoration of the cabin was part of their 2021-2023 grant.
Good.
I
Okay.
can't tell if it was match or grant
Yeah,
funds,
but
but
it was part of the application. It's great.
I think I had a low score for the planning and capacity just because I felt like I wasn't sure. I just said not a lot of detail about the building in terms of layout and protection. To me, just a steel building is not necessarily the best collections environment. So, there wasn't really talked about how that's gonna work, because, to me, I'm like, okay, that's a temperature humidity issue. That's a pest issue right there. And just the kind of structure it is.
Yeah.
So that was sort of why I ended up low on the planning and capacity part.
Okay, thank you. I'll hear that. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Any other comments on this one?
Do they need design approval?
Sorry?
Do they need design approval for the construction here?
I have to think if it's, and the Reynolds Indian Agency building is a King County landmark. I don't it is, I think it's a district, so they probably do need to.
Okay.
No, I have to double check to see where the boundaries are for the landmark. This is inside.
I think for me too, the other issue is there wasn't a lot of detail about the history and the interpretation. The archaeology program is sort of overseeing it. It's almost like a storage place for their program, and not necessarily, there wasn't a lot of detail in terms of how is the community going to benefit from having this here.
Yeah, that's what one of my comments too is just like, I would have liked to read a little bit more about public access and how that works in here. Like, if that is the plan. Right?
Yeah. Because it's like one of their accomplishments is their historic preservation survey reviews. It's like, that's just your job. I mean. I'm not saying they don't need space, but.
Right, anything else on this one? Okay, should we just keep on going until 11:45? That's the last one in this group.
That's the last one in group, 3, so we, until.
We missed a break. Do we need a break?
Well, the break was a little bit ago,
Yeah.
but if folks are fine continuing, David went to go pick up lunch, and so we'll have lunch at noon. But if you need a breather, we could take that or do a little later lunch. Or just keep rolling.
Do we keep on rolling?
Yeah.
If anyone needs a break, we can totally take one if you need, just.
I need to bring our person back in.
Oh, we didn't do that. Okay. Okay. So we're now into group 4.
Okay, he's good. Yeah.
Starting with the Steilacoom Tribal Museum Association.
Oh, that's it.
And you can leave that door open. I think it's a little. It's a group 4.
Okay, this is a $125,000 grant request for renovations on the Tribal Museum and Cultural Center housed in the historic Oberlin Church. Foundation repairs, weatherization, and window replacement at the addition on the rear. Raise the high, Lynn's the low.
Yeah, I'm reevaluating a couple of my scores in light of our conversation today.
That's good.
But one of the things I did have questions about was what spaces in the building are currently used and what their uses are, because that was sort of unclear, or at least in my mind, as to the building's current use.
I agree, they could have done a better job on documenting how they had used like pre-closure, what their exhibit spaces or community use look like. I mean, just a picture of an event or something would have flushed that out a bit. But for the scale of what I thought this could accomplish for them, I didn't ding them too hard on that.
It's a little bit ambitious for the kind of money that we're asking for. If it is a bang for the buck, but and I'd love to see a window restoration. That's on the church is awesome, right? Like I was like, yes, this is great. But I was like, wow, that's really expensive. I hope it doesn't get value engineered, right? Like it seemed like there was still some internal bidding kind of conversations happening here. That it maybe wasn't totally firmed up what the contract actually looks like. So a window restoration, it's no walk in the park, right? Like, especially in a building like this. But clear need and benefit, right? Like the community benefit.
Me too. And this is another one that the museum's been closed since 23, and they're really trying to reopen it, and it's their place. So I give them a high score on lifelong learning too. I think they serve the community really well.
I just wanted to point out too that they have a really modest operating budget. So this is a huge lift for this organization.
Yeah. Yeah, their operating budget is 17,000 a year. Yeah, volunteer organization. Okay. Any other comments? We move on. Okay, Skagit County Historical Society. Is 46,000 to rehab the research library. Siding, window replacement, doors, roof, HVAC, insulation, painting, and parking lot repairs. I think I did know that there's a lot. Yeah.
Again, we do ask them to include
Everything.
the match.
Yeah,
So that
yep,
scope is
yep.
roughly more like a.
Mhm.
I think the biggest problem with this one was just that the bid for majority of the was the siding and the windows. It was kind of just a big lump amount that was about $85,000. And I wasn't sure how they were actually allocating the matching portion of that to the HPC or HCP part.
Am I the lowest one on this one?
You are the lowest.
Yeah, it is definitely,
From Geronimo.
okay. User error. I gave them a 0 for planning because I did not find all of that estimates, which are now clearly on my screen. So I'm gonna do a little adjustment on that.
I did talk to them a little bit because they have a volunteer project manager versus somebody dedicated to them.
Yeah.
Well, volunteer doesn't mean not dedicated. We just have
Yeah, you're right.
these very small works, a lot of them. I can't remember if Skagit has any paid employees, but we do have a lot of all volunteer organizations, and we try to make the program accessible, but capital in and of itself is a big lift for all volunteer. But we do ask them to, in the planning section, kind of identify if it is a volunteer, like some relative experience that can give this group confidence that even though it's not a hired person, that there's capacity and capacity. So I can't remember exactly what they said there, but we do ask for that.
I did know that they have paid staff. I don't know if I saw that somewhere. For paid staff, their operating budget's 389,000.
I found it really compelling how active their research library is, how many requests they have and how much a part of the community they are. And that was really compelling to me.
I didn't see a window survey, and I think this is another one that's going straight to replacement. So I dinged them a little on that.
It's not necessarily a historic structure though. They're just using it as an administration building. It's
building. It's a 1928 building.
I think they mentioned that it doesn't
No,
have
it's
any
right,
significance though.
We were looking at it, was it probably significant, right? Like,
Yeah.
It would be nice to just, even if it isn't necessarily a designated historic building, it would be nice to see just proposed windows and siding maker, like what are they going for here?
That kind of mix in the building, don't they?
It is.
Yeah, such a hodgepodge of things.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else?
Okay, had some low scores on the planning side because they noted they hadn't done any maintenance since early 90s. And then in the 13-year commitment part, they didn't expand on like how are they gonna keep the facility up or anything like that. So
Okay. We're on to And Bridget, is that right? That's in this one? Okay. $20,000 request to re-roof the museum, paint the building, retaining walls, window replacement, outside display structure and flooring. I don't know exactly what's in this scope. The grant scope includes re-roofing the museum. Oh my gosh, they have everything in the scope. Maybe. Freya, you gave him 57, and Sarah, you were the low at 38.
This is a very, very, very tiny community.
Yeah, this is one I had to look on the map to see exactly where it is. Yeah.
I scored this one, I'd say a lot higher just because this is a all volunteer, very homegrown program, with a lot of good benefits for such a small organization in the community. They've saved up a lot of funds to do their matching. They've got less than a $10,000 budget per year, so the fact that they've scraped this together is, I think, really commendable.
Yeah, but it was a really clear, well-written application. The only thing, and I'm totally, like, if other people would like to convince me on this, I just thought that they could have done a better job describing their mission-related activities. Totally open to hearing other perspectives.
I'm looking them up on community benefit right now.
Yeah. I guess if you think about the number of support letters from Secretary community.
Anything else on this one? Okay. And let's move on to Folsom Park and Museum Historical Society. Yeah, revitalization, phase 1. $100,000 request. Like they have an ongoing appropriation. Did we fund this last time? No?
No, they've had, the Folsom Park Museum has had 2 or 3
Okay,
of the last.
Over the years.
Yeah.
okay.
This was a new property acquisition.
Yeah, so they have their main museum that's in a historic building. And then they have kind of a couple of other buildings near there. And then they just acquired this former Girl Scout camp behind down the road a bit. And so they're kind of like a two campus organization now.
Okay. They're in partnership with the Girl Scouts of Western Washington and Forterra.
Yeah, it was so the property got essentially partially donated. There was a certain value that was purchased, but the value was reduced, and Forterra helped sort of put an easement on the property, and it's quite the feat. But anyway, ultimately Folsom now owns the property. There's also a bunch of logging rights and different things involved in the value, in the exchange of value. But Folsom owns the property and wants to keep it open to, continued camp usage.
Okay.
And then also wants to do more history.
Anyone want to speak to the lifelong learning piece of this one? I have some questions. Anybody?
I had this one pretty low just because it seemed to be geared more towards the Girl Scouts maintaining access than actual history of the site.
Love the Girl Scouts as an organization.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone set on your scores on this one then?
Yeah, preservation kind of perspective, just not sure the, like, re-roof is warranted without a condition assessment, right? Like, and it's like, is this, do we really want to? Yeah, those are cool. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't get the impression that that was the direction they were headed, just because the other main lodge building had a metal roof. Relatively new looking metal roof on it, so it was a little ambiguous, but.
I mean, I think if they do say that they want to do it, re-roof of this one, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it was replacing the cedar shakes with standing seam.
It's great. In my opinion.
That's a big.
Yeah, it's like, those are cool little A-frame, yeah, maybe, again, maybe even composition tiles, right? Like, but
Something like
get
that,
that
yeah.
look, you know, but without doing the full, like, yeah, going to a park
Yeah.
service, like, standing scene.
Yeah, I mean, that roof is definitely a feature of significance.
I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the Cutter Theater.
Recusal.
Okay. Thanks, Ruben. Let's see, where are we on this one? Ellen, you gave it the high score, 58, and I gave it the low score. Again, it's the lifelong learning for me. Lifelong learning. To me, it's performing in visual arts. Humanities, I guess you could make the case for, but yeah. No window survey, no window survey.
This one I kind of looked at from the building perspective versus the use perspective, and then saw that they were gonna replace all the windows with double pane.
Yeah.
So I documented that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they just at all discuss compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards on this one. Anybody else?
Yeah, no external consultants either.
Yeah.
I appreciate all those comments because I scored them a little higher, having like a little bit of just regional knowledge about the kind of programming and like the efforts that they make up there. That I think they do some really like for how small and the number of things they try to use that building for. But I appreciate hearing everybody's.
Totally, yeah, I was like kind of in the same thing, where I was like, you know, like, window replacement is always kind of difficult, like, for that, but, I mean, yeah, just kind of balancing it with what the cost is, you know, that they're looking at this piece of it, and just the value, the community value there is like a huge one, yeah, totally, that's why I scored from the part too.
Bumping up their community value. Anything else on that one? Okay, let's move on. Oh, thank you for, we always do that, yeah. Thanks, Dylan. Okay. City of Olympia. Bring them to come back. Something drew him out there.
Was that? Oh, no, yeah.
We're just checking out the Shenandoah.
This is not her.
I mean, if it's just the restroom.
This would be good to hear Raven's perspective too, from a
Slide.
That's me.
Nice.
Chase them all the way down the dog.
It'll be down with the tides.
Okay, the next application's from the city of Olympia, $1 million request for a new HVAC system for the Olympia Armory building. And let's see where we are with high and low. Angela, high, and Freya is low on this one.
It didn't make it on the slide, missed going back and adding the details on this one, but for their match, they also included ADA rehabilitation,
Oh.
elevator rehabilitation, and more mechanical.
Yeah.
In the basement.
This was one I ranked pretty high too, because love the building.
Yeah,
It's a phased approach. They went through all their condition assessments. Multiple groups in the community use the building. So yeah, I ranked this one pretty high.
okay.
Yeah.
For lifelong learning, I would have liked to see more examples of local partnerships focused on history and heritage. I mean, it's a cool building and it's a great use for it, but yeah, how do you really get that heritage aspect of it?
I think it's part the scale of this project. Maybe not being able to present as much of the information that they've done relative to historic preservation or interpretation, but really the documentation is just totally lacking for me in this, and that's why I scored it so low. I think because it's such a high dollar ask, like I would really expect to see a very well thought out interpretive plan or something that would make up for the fact that this is not a history-based organization or mission.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean,
Yeah.
it's hard to go into these without knowing the
Yeah.
background, and I know the background on this, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's part of a larger project that is. Yeah, lot of documentation on this one that I've seen apart from this, right? But then to
Yeah.
really communicate that is difficult.
I think the community benefit's really high because of what they're gonna use, the youth, but I did them on the lifelong learning. That heritage piece. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, Board of Port Townsend. Maria high, Geronimo low. $500,000 ask. Rehab of the building 15, the single attendance quarters. Window replacement, door replacement, restoration of the widow's walk, new HVAC, and pre-sub mitigation.
And the weather board.
Yeah, and
I love the weather.
the weather board. I know it's the best part. Yeah.
I will admit the interpretive pieces were a little on some of these. And I wasn't really sure, actually, I don't know why I scored this so high. I had some questions about whether the HVAC approach to the creosote was really the best option, or if they'd actually done some work on this, because it looked like they'd done some foundation work on this building prior, and I wonder if it had already been sealed.
Yeah, that's the only reason I scored it really low is that there was no work plan for building 15. And it's like, what are you talking about here, right? Maybe unnecessarily low, but let's see. Room to clear. Raise it up if if we feel more confident about it.
The only history thing I noted was that it's the everyday interaction with the building.
Yeah, there, yeah. It would have been nice to have more in detailed interpretive planning. Anybody else? No? Okay. We are at the Seattle Theater Group. Okay. Harry Hall renovations. Maria, you're high, and Sarah is low.
I am very low on the lifelong learning. There were lots of, for our community benefit and value, lots of users of the space. But it's an expensive project for a less distinctive historical engagement than other applications where we're investing so much and getting more history out of it. I'm checking planning and capacity to make sure I didn't miss paperwork again.
I know that they have a conditions assessment report, maintenance and improvement plans, bids, timeline, side of the standard. So for me, I thought their planning and capacity was pretty high, but I agree on the lifelong learning piece.
I don't see any documents under planning and capacity.
Or did I look them up?
Or did they put them in a different place?
This one, like a lot of others, I have this question of why now? What is the critical nature of these improvements like now? Right?
I found them. They are.
Okay, good.
They're up above.
I was hoping I didn't.
Yeah, you did not.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jeremy. I think I know where I like this one.
Just because this was an arts-based organization, I actually just felt they did do a pretty good job of fulfilling the interpretation aspect here. They mentioned that they're building a Carey Hall archive. They've got oral histories that they're working on. And partnering with historians, offering tours, presentations, and they did have some evidence for these to back that up too. And I really liked the way that they were making connections to Nellie's Corner. They had their kind of founder as the cornerstone of their interpretive framework. But they didn't really present it that way, but I think for an arts organization, they did a really good job of that.
Any other comments?
Have they missed the window for historic theaters?
No, the theaters grant is like Barnes, all the DAP grants
Right.
start at the beginning of the biennium. So they do the application and the funding and the work cycle all within the 2 years. Except for the courthouses, they do it like we do, where you apply ahead of time and get appropriated in the with it. So, but this is not a purpose-built theater, so it wouldn't be eligible.
That was my question. You know, I remember years ago, we had a conversation, I think, about the Fifth Avenue Theater, and they had extensive upgrades to like their sound and lighting system or something that came through this. Great, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it
I
was,
think they were replacing the seats or something.
it was a big ticket thing.
Yeah.
And we had some discussion about that at the time. You know, in that case, that was a purpose-built theater, a historic theater that was still operating as a theater and modernizing to continue operating as a theater. And so when I was looking at this, I was trying to figure that out a little bit, just because it kind of rounds it out. I mean, is this like maintaining or repairing the envelope of the building for the soundness of the building? I mean, this is a significant building, it's historically designated. And then is the use historic on it as well, because then you get into sort of the upgrades on the inside, maintaining that use and so on. I mean, with museums, we have these infrastructure things that happen, and they're necessary for the interpretive space and to make work to store, historical items or whatever. And so this doesn't quite fit necessarily to any one of those things. And so I did come down a little on the lifelong learning side of it. And, I'm all in on envelope maintenance for historic buildings. What I have a little bit harder connection making is we have a building that is basically an adaptive reuse building, where they're building infrastructure into that for a non-historical interpretive reason. And that's so that was kind of the couple places where I discounted the points, even though I think it's a great project.
Yeah.
That was my thought processing.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for sharing that. I think that's really helpful. Anything
Other
else?
note about theater grants, even though it's not relevant now, theater grant pool is only 515 for the biennium, so this would be most of it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, should we do, let's see, what time is it? Let's do the PBY Memorial Association and see if we can get through Carnation Farms too, and if not, we can do our break.
We're actually close to right on time, so
Perfect.
we want to do those two before noon. We can take our lunch break.
This one's pretty straightforward, $150,000 to construct a cover over this historic aircraft. And let's see. Angela, you're high, and Geronimo, you're on the low.
It's not a lot of detail here. Like, I feel like it would be nice to see a little bit of detail. It's not a huge ask, totally. I could revise some of the scoring on that, but it would have been nice to see if this is critical to the ongoing mission of the organization. Yeah. It would be cool to see how it's tied into like a larger strategy, maybe in the museum. But yes, I mean, obviously, protecting one of the aircraft is, that's central.
We saw them last time, right? I don't think they were funded.
They were not.
Yeah. Ruben, you have something?
Well, so I mean, this is probably like a little bit of a me thing, but I kind of like PBYs, like just as an aircraft from World War II. I just happen to know a little thing or two about them, and anyways, but to me, the way I sort of, I guess the impression this made on me was a fairly straightforward request by an air museum to create a weather protected shelter for restoring historic aircraft is pretty core to their mission. And so I kind of viewed it that way. And it's not a giant budget. So
Yeah.
That's sort of interesting to me because I don't know about historic aircraft. I don't know what a PBY is, and I may have missed it, but I feel like this narrative didn't tell me what this is and why it's important. And so that's why my score is probably towards the lower side of things. I didn't understand and I wasn't compelled by the narrative. But if I missed it, please tell me.
I think there was a little bit assumption that we would know, and I didn't know anything about it either.
I'm one panelist.
Yeah.
I think I looked it up and I was like, oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
But I just said long running organization with strong volunteer and community support and demonstrated through work, fundraising and participation. It's a focused project to build a dome over the plane.
Yeah. And they have, I've never heard that there's such a thing as an authorized borrower from the Navy. But it sounds like that probably wasn't an easy path to get to. And they didn't
find a crash plane on the side of the road that they're now salvaging. They've been given this to care for, so that strengthened it for me.
Anyone else? Okay, last one before the break, Carnation Farms. $185,000 request for work. On their, I think it's their farm stand building, historic farm stand.
Yeah.
Ellen is high and Freya is low on this one.
Have they applied before?
They applied 2 or 3 cycles ago for one of their large barns, which I think is a gym. If I'm remembering correctly, but not for this building. I can look that up.
I have this one really high in the community benefit category because they had such a broad range of partnerships between schools, government agencies, conservation districts, ecological groups. So I thought that was pretty impressive.
No, I was thinking of a barn grant they applied for while I managed that program. I think, so they have not, applied. I don't have any record of an application that made it to an overview from them.
It kind of remind me of the Japanese farm that we had.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's where it's coming in.
Yeah, looking at this, I think I might have scored this one a little lower, relative to the ask, and that, I don't know if I feel that same way about it right now. I just didn't think that they did a really fantastic job in the application of telling me the significance of the farm stand. That required a lot of hinting online that I didn't really like, but I don't know, I think it's just fine.
Yeah, I scored them pretty low on lifelong learning, just. I didn't quite get the sense that it seemed more geared towards farming than.
You're right. Yeah.
They've got a long connection that goes back to like where I could see the interpretive value of it. They're comfortable cows or something like that.
Contented
cows.
Yeah.
They had a really nice nugget in there, and I like that they had historians on staff, but I wasn't sure that the historians got to be part of the application process, and I wish they had been. But for me, it was just the application. I didn't get a lot out of it, but I think the project has some merit.
I felt like the interpretive piece was kind of there for me a little bit. But yeah, the only place that I maybe didn't feel that the application could have used more work was in describing the critical need for this to happen right now. Like, is this super critical for this organization? And then photos and condition assessment for the project areas right there with the city. At that to reinforce the critical nature of the work.
Anybody else on Carnation?
Looking back, I think I scored them on the higher end too, because, and I appreciate everyone's comments on the other notes. That's very helpful for me. I love that they had like multiple historic buildings that they're kind of working their way through, and they have a museum on site and are like called like something the farming practices, almost living history, like trying to incorporate those lessons into things. So that all kind of contributed to my higher score. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're on time.
We are on time.
Good job, guys. We will take our lunch break. And share screen. It's a little hard to see. I'll try to zoom in.
So this is where we currently are. The yellow ones are ones that had been essentially in line for funding after the initial review. So right now, here's the sort of running total in this column. So if we scroll down, the funding cutoff right now is basically right in the middle, or actually would almost fund completely the Rainier Valley Historical Society. So we've got Renton, La Crosse, San Juan, and City of Linwood that have moved into funding range.
Okay.
And Northwest Seaport, City of Vancouver, Museum of History Industry, and Maryhill who have moved out of funding range.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know, welcome any conversations or questions or comments about that. As things continue to move around. Cursor, fund almost all of Rainier Valley through that.
Okay. So, okay, 4 moved out of funding range at the moment and 4 moved in.
Yep. And then none of the ones in the mid to low scores moved high enough to move any of the top ones out of range. So it's all of these middle scores that have kind of moved around. So all these have stayed up there. And then it's just kind of this middle chunk where the changes.
Did I say the thing now that I was gonna say at the end?
I mentioned, you can say it now, I mentioned to Jennifer, at least ahead of the final discussion, you wanted to make a comment.
Well, I just so everyone's mindful, we know that the program cap hasn't been raised in a really long time. And you've seen the competitiveness and the need, obviously, from all these projects. And so we're putting an agency request legislation to raise the cap. This is a bad year to do this. There's 2 things that need to happen is the actual list itself that gets submitted to the legislature. We can only submit $10 million right now because that's what is in statute. So no matter what happens, right now we have to submit on September 14th. Legislation isn't changing before then. The agency request legislation would administratively change the cap and some other things like match requirements and some other things that we've heard pretty loud and clear from previous grantees and ones that were not successful. So we'd love to raise the cap to 20 million. We'd love to create some sort of sliding scale on match requirement because that's a huge barrier, especially for some of the smaller projects. Maybe get creative about geographic distribution in particular as well. Like you might notice from the applications that it's very west side heavy and about even on urban versus rural. So all these things we'd like the legislature to take on. Best case scenario is the budget looks good and we get $20 million that the legislature says, oh, let's look at your list and then we'll put 20 million into the budget. Probably not gonna happen. Worst case scenario is agency request legislation doesn't get a hearing even because it's tied to the actual funding list and gets kicked out, but at least it's like on the legislature's radar. They know and they're starting to become aware of the issues that have come up from grantees and understanding where the capital needs are at with all things public funding. So just wanted to put that in everybody's mind just because the list as ranked, just because something is below the $10 million line doesn't mean it's still showing up in a list that is ranked accordingly. So all the deliberations really matter a lot. I think obviously around the $10 million funding line, it matters a lot, but even the ones as we go through these next couple of groups, I think also make a difference to see like where everybody ultimately lands in terms of the final rate cost.
I want the legislature to allow you all to manage the program, right? In terms of making some tweaks and maybe having buckets or, as you said, sliding scales. You would not necessarily want that to be part of any legislation that's
No, that'd be like a structural fix to the program, so it wouldn't be something that's like reviewed by the grant
Yeah,
review
yeah.
panel,
Right.
but it's something that we.
But the Historical Society would have leeway to manage the program.
I
So
do.
make some changes.
The only
yeah.
things in statute are the $10 million cap,
And to
2-to-1 match.
Mhm, mhm.
And I think, some of the description of the
Representatives, public agencies.
Oh, that's true. They
Oh.
have SOS,
Yeah.
Provost Mac and WAMA representatives. Everything else,
That wouldn't.
no, and everything else is pretty, is, we have a fair amount of leeway to manage kind of the specifics of the
That's right.
process.
Yeah.
So even if the match were lowered, like Nick said, maybe we would only want to lower it for the smaller projects versus the larger projects and like make some, well, obviously in consultation with this group, but make some decisions about that. I'll also mention that we have distributed, and maybe some of you got this email, a survey that I'm sending out to all current applicants, but also everyone that's in the system. Basically saying, tell us your biggest barriers and what would help you apply to HCP the most. And so far that I gave people the end of the month deadline, end of August, but a 2-to-1 match and overall rising construction costs, which correlates with the cap, are far away biggest identified barriers. So I think we're gonna have some really actionable data to talk about, and make the case for investing in the program. So that's in process.
$10 million 15 years ago is 40% less buying power today.
Yeah.
So actually, that's 22 years ago.
22 years ago. So I don't know what the number on that is. I just have 15 years.
Yeah, it's around 15 or 16 now, and then we just kind of felt like the need is so great.
For future growth.
Yeah.
Years have just been nuts.
Yeah.
You know, knowing that this is not a great time to ask for more funds from the legislature, is there any discussion about getting together with the other programs to talk about eligibility and kind of rematching our strategy as a?
I think that certainly, especially with building for the arts, that'd be a good idea, just to make sure that like we're complementary, but not like, you know, the Venn diagram, that's maybe a little bit more separate. I know Jay has talked to a lot of the building for the arts grant managers over the years and just kind of compared notes and understood like, you know, I think it was 4 years ago, they actually increased their cap to 18 million. So we're just kind of seeing how that unfolded and how they were able to make that argument as well. But also to your point, I think really worthwhile to see what we can do to make sure that the programs are complementary, but not competing with each other.
Yeah, of course, one of the big differences is that BFA does not allow municipalities to apply. So if there's a municipality such as, well, I shouldn't mention names, grantees by name, but a municipality that owns an arts facility in an historic building, this is their only option. They can't apply for BFA. Because they don't apply. So, yes. But if they open it up to municipalities, then their list gets really long too, so it's.
But they have $8 million more than we do to give out.
Yeah.
Well, keep us posted and
Yeah.
how we can, we can advocate. This body will be important to weigh in on that.
And we will be beholden to whatever ends up or doesn't end up in the governor's budget. So that'll be the $10 million list, hopefully. That's also not a guarantee, as we've seen in previous biennia. And then in terms of the agency request legislation, if the governor's office decides that it doesn't support that, then we would also be in alignment with the governor's office on what they say or don't say about it.
Thank you for that update. Good to know.
Question. Yeah, do you present about the program at Heritage Caucus?
Great question. In the past, the grantees have kind of managed that themselves, or excuse me, the applicants. And it kind of varies fairly widely based on who's on the list and kind of if someone will kind of take a leadership role, organize people. But typically we do have at least one session of Heritage Caucus where we have a few applicants speak, we present the list. Last cycle, especially at Arts and Heritage Day in February, I was not super pleased with the level of information that got distributed. So I'm gonna be taking a little bit more of a role in creating informational materials for Arts and Heritage Day to complement the Heritage Caucus presentation. And we can work with the grant or applicants in organizing that too. But short answer is typically yes.
Is that something you're not allowed to present at? Or this group aren't allowed to
No,
present
I
at?
don't,
Sure we do.
I don't think we're not allowed. I think in the past that we've just had a few strong applicants who have their own kind of legislative strategies and different things. And so they've kind of taken that leadership role and rolled HCP into their overall advocacy. And so sometimes that happens, and last year wasn't quite as strong, but we actually had a really great presentation last year at Caucus. It was really good. A lot of small orgs presented, so.
Yeah, and I think, not as much about the benefit to these small organizations, but more about what we're seeing in the application process.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yes,
And
and
an
I think,
overview of this was the number of applications, the dollar amount,
Yes.
all of that,
well, and obviously depending on how things go with the governor's office, I think we'd be interested in presenting all that data and presenting that request. If it's appropriate, for people to see. And for sure. I mean, even if the legislation doesn't continue, I do think it's worthwhile to put the data in front of people and say, this is what we're dealing with this round.
Yeah.
And these are the needs of the program.
We provide that information all the time, and like, especially when we have our 15 minutes of Heritage Caucus presentation, like, we'll cover very high level, like, all things related to operations for the museum and like State Historical Society as a whole, but like a big chunk of that is our capital request, which is for Heritage Capital. So that is probably about a third of our total budget if you combine operating and capital.
Anyone have any questions, comments on the reshuffling at this point? Okay, should we dive into the next group? Group 5. There's Alan. Okay, we're starting with the Indigenous Creatives Collective. Sorry, I was just getting caught up. I'm ready to be on. It's tapping out. So. Good to see everybody. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, happy to.
Okay.
It's toasty in this room.
You won't open this again, I think that music has stopped.
Oh, yeah, the harmonica.
And Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Why don't you go ahead and get started and I'll just figure, is it Sharon?
Yeah.
Cool. Great. Just have Bill clicking through
Slides
as prompted. Yes.
when prompted.
Or well.
Okay.
As
we, okay, I'll figure it out.
Oh, wait, but this is not sharing to the Zoom, so. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll just start talking about this next application, which was for just shy of $1,949,808 for the Indigenous Creatives Collective down in South Seattle. And let's see, where does this go? Site improvements, parking lot, landscaping, ADA, utility service, building construction, repair and rehab. And Zane's our high score and Ray and I are the low scores.
Yeah, probably got a little high on lifelong learning. In light of some of our previous conversation today, I'm revising some of my
Okay.
scores there a little bit. I did like, I will say it, the planning capacity that they have, the ability to administer, obviously strong community support from guys that, but yeah, in kind of going back through, it seems a little more arts related than history.
Anyone else have thoughts on this one?
It seems like a really interesting organization. I think one of the things I wanted to know was a little bit more connecting that past to the present use and then the history of the buildings themselves. And how that relates to goals for the organization.
Yeah.
Also said there was a lot of discussion on what they want to do, but not so much on the state of the structures and the needs to make it usable. And I was concerned that it was more arts focused and not history, and that they're also a new organization.
Yeah, that was my main, low scoring on the art, lack of history, focus, but a really, really interesting, organization, and maybe this is one that they could prefer going for the arts sometime. Great. If they don't get funded this way. Anyone else?
I would have liked to see a little bit more commitment to historic preservation on the exteriors as well as the interiors. I mean, it's cool to see labor history being like kind of highlighted a little bit, but it's like bring itself like is how does that?
Yeah, I don't think I saw any photos of the buildings or the set. This is one I did look up on Google Maps and tried to kind of walk around, see what I could see. So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting how it's related to like a larger house that has some, it's related to like the larger development of the area.
Yeah.
They didn't really include that kind of information about what the building significance could be.
Right. Okay. And let's go on to the Cheney Depot Society. Oh, $115,000 ask. Oh, this is the one for an elevated viewing platform at the depot. We've seen a number of applications, I think, from this organization.
The one you moved, right? Yeah, they've included at least.
They did. They got them done, yeah. Okay, go. Angela and Ellen are our high scores and Sarah was the low in this one. And that's not to say that other people can't comment. I'm just throwing it out because I have the info.
I'll jump in and I'll just say that, I mean, they've done a lot of stuff. They've done a couple of capital heritage projects. For this particular one, I just didn't see the imports of it at this point in time, relative to the rest of the slate. I mean, the viewing platforms, you know, is nice, but that's just kind of, I think, sort of the start and end of it for me.
Anybody else?
Felt like it was a good initial concept, but it's just not developed enough.
I would have liked to see some historical grounding for the concept, and I'm not sure that was developed in the application.
Okay.
Towards planning and capacity, I really like the momentum on this one, and evidence seems to point towards a good level of self-sufficiency for funding, support.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, moving along to the city of Yakima. $397,600 request. This is related to their rail, kind of reconstructing 6th Avenue by replacing the existing roadway with new rock and pavement sidewalks trail. Isn't this related to a trolley system?
It's the trolley
Yeah.
rail
In the roadway.
That's not super clear from the
Yeah.
summary, but
Trolley system.
kind of a section of the road, which includes historic rail.
Okay.
That was my biggest sort of knock on this, was that it seemed more like an infrastructure project than an actual.
I agree. I love learning about this, but I did wonder how much this was infrastructure versus public interest.
I did not get that. There was no aroma of that in mine. I'm quick checking is my alternative transportation preference and historic preservation coloring this. It gets more people into these vehicles, experiencing history than otherwise could possibly have happened or happens anyplace else. I guess that was my driving factor.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be an infrastructure project in order for it to tell its history
Yeah.
and not get as much.
I also noted that this was, the Interurban Electric Railway was listed on the Washington Trust's most endangered properties. So it's pretty cool that the city is able to move forward with the project.
Their operation agreement only extends to 2030. Is what I had on there. And then they didn't really talk about how it was gonna get used. Like right now, it's just sort of occasional special uses, but they didn't really go, you know, that it's gonna be an operating thing more often. And it's been on the city's priority list since 2016.
Lifetime priority.
Well, it's important. That is a priority, right? But I felt like the application was really centered around one single project and not really talking about how this ties into like an ongoing heritage events or like things like that I would maybe look for in other applications. I also had another question about this, and it seems like this project would be difficult to separate out from other like washed out funding or something like that because it is an infrastructure project, right? Like we just have to go on their word that they fix the funds, right?
We've chatted with them about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
In fact, it prevented them from submitting the application last cycle because they were worried about that our funding conflicting with other state funding. So we've talked with them about scoping it in such a way that the historic rail and related surfacing and things that happen for this section of road is separated enough from any other infrastructure and other state funding. Based on early conversations, I feel confident that we can separate it out enough. Just be careful. And typically what we've done in the past too, when there's potential for other state funding overlap, is we'll request documentation of other state funding that we receive and basically double check, make sure things aren't being double counted or overlapping.
Any other comments on this one? Okay. TVW. Angela, you love this one.
Did I?
Oh, I know, this one gets all together.
Called me out before I could. See
Sorry, you take your time. Anyone else?
Give Jennifer the cheat sheet.
I do have the cheat sheet. Anyone else want to jump in on this one?
I liked it. Yeah, I thought it had a really strong planning capacity argument, and this has exceptional public reach in terms of how many people it can connect and show not only history, but like you could argue the access to government is ongoing for this government. Is history in the making, rather. Sorry. So I had it really high in both communities had a bit in priority.
That's right. Kind of went a little bit lower because it seemed geared more towards current events than history.
I wanted just to see more development behind the interpretive intent and what the visitor experience would be like, especially since this was meant to replace access to the Capitol campus field trip program.
Yeah.
And how those actually overlapped. It wasn't very clear, especially since this group is not a kind of, they're not a destination right now. You know, they're a media company. Is there I think there's a lot of potential for it, but I just kind of wanted to see something that was a little more developed.
Yeah, it wasn't clear to me. They talked about having a whole interpretive center, but they provided detailed floor plans and I didn't see anything called out on any of them. I mean, there was one little section, but again, yeah, I just ranked them just lower on the lifelong learning piece, but I thought the capacity and community benefit are really amazing for this organization.
This was another applicant where I would have really liked to have seen more letters of support mentioning specific projects, particularly from history and heritage organizations. I think that would have raised my score in the community benefit and value area.
I think they had some challenges in communicating some of their project readiness just based on their, they've got a capital campaign and they're saving a lot, or getting pledges so that I learned a lot about financing this one. Outside of the norm for these projects. So I can see why they would want to keep a lot of that private for now. But it did make it very hard to evaluate it.
Not a lot of like emphasis on urgency. I mean, I can understand urgency for access to government and things like that, but like, yeah, like urgency for this building, urgency for this organization just wasn't really.
Okay, you ready to move on? The next one is the Chehalis Centralia Railroad and Museum. $200,000 request to complete rehab of number 15 steam locomotive. Lots of components to that.
That was probably pretty low on this one too. Yes. Again, this is kind of similar to the airplane one, where it's one piece, and I didn't get a sense of the history component of it. It seemed to be more, running their annual winter activities, things like that.
Question if it was just after exclusive, yeah, just as what's the outreach here? Like how is I wanted to read a little bit more about outreach.
I noticed that a lot of their match wasn't documented. Did they come up to the required 75%, Jay? Like 60% of what they included in the application wasn't documented. Anyone else catch that?
Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah, so how I kind of manage that is, we do request, oh yes, so we request some level of documentation, not to make it too onerous, but essentially what I tell folks is that give us enough paperwork that shows you're not just kind of pulling this number out of thin air, and that there's some thought behind it. So some folks can kind of provide, like, oh, we earned such and such amount of revenue this way. Last year we anticipate the same. Like that's a different kind of anticipated revenue than like applying for a grant, a different grant, which is a little bit tricky. So so I do my best to sort of like note which ones seem more secure than others. And it does look like they had kind of just future fundraising as a piece of the 60% is how much I felt was sufficiently documented.
Okay.
That's the 77% minus that future fundraising goal. So I also don't want to completely discount what they're saying that they can fundraise. So I don't want to make them ineligible based on that.
Right.
But just to let you know that I based on my analysis or review, about 60% of the match looked secured.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else have any comments on the lifelong learning? Okay, move along to Finney Neighborhood Association. Oh. This is $1 million request for access improvements to one of the historic buildings on their campus. Fire alarm panel, rehab of the north entrance stairs. Terry was high, it's not super duper high, 3, and Freya below 29.
I'm not too far off Freya, and it starts with lifelong learning.
Yeah.
It's more of a community space. And so, yeah, I mean, it wasn't terribly high, but, I was just appreciative of the public safety aspect of the,
Yeah.
project.
Might be late to ask this of the panel, but when you were evaluating community benefit and value, are you primarily evaluating the community benefit and value of the project? More so than the benefit of the organization, right? Is that how are people, because clearly, well, this one, there is a definite community benefit to providing access, but some of the projects felt like, for example, the Indigenous group, the community benefit of what the organization brings to their community, their arts communities have, but the question is, what's the benefit of this particular application? How were people kind of commingling those ideas, or?
I feel like I was trying to balance them a little bit,
Okay.
because it was hard to deny when it was like, you can see so much of like the example of community. Like with this one, I scored them higher in community benefit than necessarily I did in lifelong learning, because back like less of a focus on history per se in some of like what they're doing, but then also they're using the historic building to do some really like cool things. So trying to find a balance between them.
I see nods, yeah.
Yeah, I think that I was like spot on what that said, and because I would come across ones that were clearly very low in lifelong learning, but were very high in planning capacity, because so again, I said earlier, I mean, I just really focused in on the criteria, and that does kind of separate it out. So
It
you
did
can
help.
have a low lifelong score.
Yeah. Great.
I tended to focus on the project.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
part of it is trying to limit the sort of the extraneous knowledge that I have of the organization and what they've done in the past.
Yeah.
And so like when I look at the community benefit, for example, if I'm looking at a safety issue on a building, that, falls under the sort of the critical building improvements, that we have listed in our criteria. And so if I didn't see that, even if I know the track record or whatever, then I tended to drop them. So.
Well, and if that's an ambiguity that the panel wants to address in future rounds to clarify, benefit value needs to be based in the project itself. We can make that more clear to the applicants and then the guidelines and then to you as well. So keep that in mind as we debrief after this round. And if that's preferred, we can definitely move in that direction with future rounds.
Any other comments on this one? Okay. We are moving along to Woodland Productions, $175,000 request for another roof replacement. This is at the Woodland Theater in Kettle Falls. And the larger scope includes backstage rehab, front theater and auditorium revitalization, and construction of a tower. That reconstruction of a lost feature?
Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I remember.
What they're showing in the
Yeah.
photo.
You've seen this one before.
They've been funded before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They've
Yeah.
done that before and then I think it was a couple of cycles ago.
This is really a community volunteer grassroots.
Yeah.
It was a very heartwarming application. It was like, yeah, the community participation is great. It's well written. It's a super, I think last time it was also a really convincing application.
Yeah, and And this is one where they had a grant a while ago, they've done some work in the interim and are using that work as match for further work.
Okay, but do you all think that a history display board is in that interpretation? I love it too. I love the organization, but I did not score them high on lifelong learning because it's a theater and that Heritage is not part of their mission and
That's where I was.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
There's no perfect system.
I know.
I love the project, you know, and this whole thing, and like, you know, we've seen before, I mean, we had a lot of discussion about it, and I think that we came down pretty high on the community benefit last time, you know, that discussion, and because the building itself has, you know, from a strict preservation perspective, has some integrity issues, you might say. But yeah, I think on this particular one, it was quite as strong, it was compelling as I remember before.
Anyone else? Convince me otherwise. Okay. All right. And, hey, Seattle Parks and Rec, $1 million. All right, let's see if I can find this guy. Geez, that's half our panel.
This is why we have such a large panel.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, this is the Langston Hughes project, which we have seen before. And envelope repairs, roof replacement, terracotta cleaning, masonry repointing. See where we are. Angela, you're high. Rhea, you're low, and there's probably for the same reason that I was.
Side. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, solid preservation project.
Is it?
I'm
sorry.
Well documented.
Yeah. It was.
I just didn't get.
Why did she say low?
That's fair.
Lifelong learning.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really a performance. It's a really important cultural space, but it's for performance and yeah.
I mean, if making that argument were part of their mission, yes, but it doesn't feel like it is.
I feel like there was a condition assessment, but it didn't really assess the windows and things like this. Some of these things that I think they communicated clearly, but I would have liked to see a little bit more ideas about what their goal was for the roof. I mean, it's a complicated roof replacement, right? It's like super complicated. So it's like I need a little bit more than just like we're gonna replace the roof. And it's like, well, how are those profiles gonna look, or what's the detailing on this, or you know, what kind of windows are gonna be used? Just not a lot of detail there. And the condition assessment also is just 10 photographs.
Yeah.
Right, and I could have used more detail about like what's going on here and what's failing. And the clearest thing for me was the stonework. I was like, yes, this is like clearly like, yeah, there's a lot of spalling going on, needs some repointing. Very clear, but a lot of the other scope on it, I wish that they had submitted more information on that.
Anybody else? No? Okay. Yeah.
This is a good enough crew.
Okay, we have one more on this room. It's part of Everett.
Super.
Wait a second till they can refresh. Oh, did I skip you? Oh, I skipped University Heights. Thank you, Sarah. U Heights. I have a feeling we'll have recusals on this one too.
That's it.
Not yet. Matt's out there for the long haul. University Heights. Yeah.
What's up there?
Right.
My recommendation. Excellent, thank you. You know,
Jason.
They are out of the list.
I figured. Yeah. Okay, this is $187,000 grant request for roof replacement and some plumbing improvements at the University Heights Center. There wasn't a very high score. The high was 50, and Angela, Ellen, and Geronimo, and then Ray as the low.
This is one that has had a funded project in the past and had a application that was unfunded also.
Okay.
Withdrawn.
They had applied to programs.
Oh, that's what.
And so they selected the other program.
Okay.
Instead of ours when we discovered
So it was
it.
withdrawn.
Yeah.
I thought it was a straightforward proposal with clear community benefit and value, but not a whole lot of the heritage aspects really spelled out.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, really the only heritage component I saw was that they're part of a historic walking tour. And it wasn't even clear to me, are they doing the? No.
Yeah.
I know. So again, yeah, it's a worthy project, but
I think we're into kind of the area of
yeah.
the application list where our revamping of the criteria last round is shown, has moved some applications down to the lower.
I think so too.
Lower scores.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful historic building, right?
Yeah,
Like
it
it was
is.
like, this is an awesome historic building with a cool organization attached to it, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
frame up a bit more around their interpretation.
Mhm. Okay, the last one in this group, we get those guys, is the Port of Everett.
Thanks, Nick.
$1 million request. Is this the Warner? Is that what this one is? I know we've seen this one before.
Yes.
Like it's the same. Yeah.
Mhm, I think it's the same.
That's the same.
application. Yeah, it's the same. So, yeah. Ray, you loved it.
I didn't want to numbers to me. Well, the break.
I thought the artist rendering or like what they were showing us or telling us about, they could have shown us a little bit more, but it was in the narrative, so.
And to be clear, that this is the old Weyerhaeuser house.
Yeah.
That is being used as match.
Mhm.
And then the project is like a public streets enhancement project with some historical interpretive stuff.
Yeah.
There was no picture.
There was no picture.
I mean, there's a map. There's no.
Private, like project.
Well,
The house is a private project,
Is it?
yeah.
the house isn't owned by the port or isn't the city of Everett? The city? I mean.
I don't think the house is owned by the port.
I don't know.
It's the Jack Henry project.
I have to, I thought it was, but.
That's, yeah, I mean, it was a tax credit project. It was massively privately owned.
That would have been our oversight on site control.
Anyone want to?
I mean, public projects have used tax credits too.
If they.
Either like LLC or
They
something.
make it LLC.
But then the money needs to be spent by the private individual anyway, and they recoup the.
It could be like Mohi, which is owned by City of Seattle Parks. But Mohi got the tax credits because Mohi, as a private nonprofit, did the tax credit syndication. Is very complicated. This might be similar where the private owner did all the improvements and the rehabilitation of the building itself, but the Port of Everett still owns the property.
But then the money spent is still.
But
by
the
private
expenses to be
individual.
counted as match.
The
would
port
have to be
moved
budgeted.
it though, so I don't know if it's.
Is that just donated to the Port of Everett and maintained?
Oh, it was donated to the port.
You got some questions?
That's confusing that it says danger.
Yeah.
Interesting.
my other like big thing on the project is that the Muse is a coffee bar, but again, not really a museum or cultural site. I mean, it does have cultural significance. But again, I mean, if we're looking at, especially in light of the previous application, the cool building, is it a heritage center?
Well, but
But it's not the building, it's
it's the walk, it's the walk, but to me that in there is an interpretive component, but they talk about this walk through history that's hosted by Historic Everett. So my question is, how much of the history component are they really doing?
It's fair.
I just scored them low on lifelong learning. I think they're planning capacity. I scored high, but now there are all these questions about the match.
Well, yes, I think that they own the Weyerhaeuser house. But we don't ask at this stage for documentation of expenses. And so if the expenses were expended by a different entity, that would be considered in-kind match. So it could potentially still be eligible. But yeah, we don't get into that level of detail with the match in the application phase. So if this project does move up.
They jumped out.
I would happily do a little bit more research on that, but see where it leads.
Any other comments? Anyone else?
Again, very cool project, but I guess I didn't have that sense of criticality and urgency because temporary access is in place. I'm sure it's not as nice as what they have planned, but it does exist.
Yeah. Okay, that concludes group 5. So should we continue to go through these one by one? I mean, although it's unlikely these are gonna jump up, but
I think it would be worthwhile if anyone has any particular comments to share. We're actually ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
So I think
we could certainly go through them and just open it up.
And if folks don't have a lot to say and they just noted in their comments why their score is the way they are, we can always direct applicants to request their anonymized comments too. So.
All right, we'll just keep going then. So,
unless folks do want a 5-minute.
Yeah, anyone want a break? No? Okay. So group 6, starting with the Northern Pacific Railway Museum. $420,000 request for new construction of display and shop areas on the museum's triangle site. Weather protected space. Oh, this is the one in the Toppenish, right? I'm sorry, yeah, okay.
They applied before.
Yeah. Would allow year-round maintenance and restoration work and display area.
Actually, I'm wrong. They had started an application before, but didn't complete it. So this, I think, is their first application you've seen.
Okay. Anyone have comments on this one? Don't seem to find it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see it in group 6.
Yeah.
Is it in group 5?
You guys.
My bad.
Under the Yakima Valley Rail, because I just couldn't find
okay.
it for a second.
Oh, sorry.
No worries at all.
It's a DVDA.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't.
I love the learning moment of alfalfa grown in the desert area shipped by rail to feed urban horses. Okay. Learned something new. Glad they're making big connections. Yeah.
I had a hard time fully understanding what the building was gonna be. I didn't think it was a super clear application. Yeah.
I also had questions about the multiple uses of the building and so that would be more specifics, I think is something that would help my understanding.
Yeah, I think if they could, do a little work and come back next biennium, that'd be great.
The recommendation support was, I thought was really cool, like for a museum that's geared around like railroad. That I would like to see in more. 19th century history here projects, right?
Yes. Yeah, I hope they come back and like it. Okay, anyone else? Right, move on to the Long Branch Foundation. Zane?
Yeah.
Getting steps in. Okay, this is the Long Branch Improvement Club. Preservation including roof replacement, addition of fire suppression system and wood floor refinishing for $250,000 request. You read about this.
So there was no history.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Partners that had any history. And passive supported community through funding scholarships and events.
Yeah, yeah. Kind of a funding organization, granting organization. It's a really cool building.
Yeah.
It really is.
Kind of really straightforward, well-written project, but yeah. not a
Yeah.
lot of there.
Yeah, exactly.
I was looking for a picture of the ceiling from the inside. What they talk about.
Say that again.
So I was looking for a picture of the ceiling from the inside, because they talk about the shakes recovered.
Yeah.
I think they have, it's an application, yeah.
Do they, were there pictures? Well, this is another one that we could encourage them to, expand their mission a little and, they might not have the capacity to do that, but I do agree that it was a well-prepared application.
I think that it and the funding aligned well with like what their scope is. And I think that they really have a strong shot if they were able to be like, what is our heritage component here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So, Model Railroad Museum of the American West.
Let's talk about that.
Ah,
This is how they.
is that another DBA?
Yes.
Pacific West. There we go. Sorry, folks. No worries. Keep us hopping here. Hey, Freya, you gave this the pretty high.
This is just like, there was a lot of sources behind this one that I think made this a better application than.
Yeah.
And it made it a better application.
I want to work for Olsen Kundig. That's way on track.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is.
Hemmed and hawed a little bit with lifelong learning for where I wanted to score them because it felt a little bit like, is it art pieces? Is it history? And I ended up scoring them a little bit higher, but that was one that I was kind of debating.
Yeah.
Where it felt like their exhibition was going to fall on that one.
I really wanted to see a stronger partnership with the existing museum
Yes.
across the street.
Yeah, I kind of thought it seems like they have a lot of support from the city and the tribe and school district. They have one big donor, which is great. It'd be nice to see a little more community support.
And this question is Washington Railroad Century.
And it's a brand new organization, right? I saw only 3 board members. You can see that too. Yeah. Any other thoughts?
An interpretive plan would have really helped me understand the goals of this organization.
Yeah.
The plans also mentioned something like bar or something like that in there, and then I was just like, wait, I thought we were looking at a museum, like, so, the coffee bar thing going on there, so. Yeah.
Okay. We're on to the, let's see. This page, North Bay Historical Society. Okay, this is the Sergeant Oyster Building Restoration. Concrete floor, wainscoting, shelving, cabinetry, fixtures, lighting, tables, signage, security, and HVAC. This building was moved and I think it's still up on cribbing as it shows in the picture. Their request is 20,000. Let's see.
I scored it nice times for a tiny request for a distinctive building that it looks like Washington Trust wrote a bang up letter for. For this community, they were intending to create local value. I like it. Okay.
Anybody else?
So the project almost sounds complete and it's not a huge ask. But I wonder why the foundation isn't included in the request, right? It's like they obviously, that clearly need the foundation.
The port has to provide it's up over the water and the port's doing the foundation.
Okay.
Okay.
The port, the project it's sitting basically on the port property right there next to the highway.
Waiting to.
We're just waiting for the port to build the foundation.
So do we know when the port's building the foundation?
Yeah, it's like that follow-up question. Yeah. When's that happening?
Yeah, is
It
there,
was supposed to happen in the first phase, so.
did anyone, what about urgency or timing on this one? Is there anything that would prompt us to?
The last grant did the roof and the windows and doors.
So we sort of have some costs, stranded assets right now, stranded value.
I think this one's been going on for a while, right? 10 years.
Yeah, they said
10 years.
Yeah. Plus it has a lot of interpretive potential and the planning just that's not there.
I just said insufficient information and documentation for me at this time. But I want them to keep going. Anybody else? Okay. Next one is the city of Tacoma. We've got all right, this is $1 million request for their municipal flex exterior rehab, very straightforward application.
There's another one, this is the second time.
Yeah, yeah, we think it's last, yeah.
I feel like it might be a little bit too much of an ask for this application, but I really want to see more imagination from what's possible with this project because it could be, I think I mentioned like this is, it's such a publicly visible, it could be a symbol for historic preservation. And it's just kind of a repair project right now.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't have the capacity to put together an interpretive plan. That's why you partner with other organizations to be like, how do we frame this thing and how we put in an interpretive component?
And then there are a few resources in the community.
Right, just a few, right?
If I remember correctly, this one last year, this was the one that prompted that long discussion about deferred maintenance, right? And for me now, it's the lifelong learning and really, as you said, having it really be a meaningful project for the community. I mean, it is an incredible building and
the bathrooms are awesome.
Yeah.
Like Art Deco.
Yeah.
Yeah, the urinals are marble.
Yeah.
I wanted this to be the example of Tacoma's like commitment to historic preservation. Like it has the potential to be that.
Yeah, it does.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. And we're down to the town of concrete. Okay, for I know.
This one has such good like interpretive legs to it. Has a lot of seems like it has a lot of things it needs to overcome, but the potential for the community just in general is so good.
Yeah.
This isn't specific.
it's clearly needed, right? Like, I think the urgency is there,
Yeah.
but it's just not sure what the future, if, is that ability to maintain that, um, that long-term ownership really gonna be there.
Because we're looking at, I mean, a city that doesn't have a lot of resources for this, and I think that affected their application. But, it's just because it didn't leverage the previous investments that they made into surveying, building, and sharing the details, like the historical significance of it. It's there, it just wasn't very well developed in the application.
Yeah.
Yeah, overall, the planning seemed a little like, very kind of more wishful than going through a deliberate process of having a stated vision.
And this was one of our other endangered
Yeah,
properties.
it was an endangered property, yeah. Yeah. Okay, anybody else on this one? All right, McNeil Island Historical Society. $100,000 request. Rehab of the 1942 Army World War II Korean War vessel T-86. Now the MV still come. Mobile for use as a mobile museum to share the McNeil Island history around the Sound. Let's see. It has medium scores.
This is another application where I felt that not coming to the table with a lot of knowledge about McNeil Island, if they had contextualized like the history of it in addition to the ask, I think that would have given me more perspective on the project. But I love the idea of the floating mobile museum. I
Absolutely.
think that's good.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I did feel like some of their planning documents had some sort of artificial assist that made me not sure. that
Was this the one that
connected
actually
with-
had AI on it? There was one that had AI summary.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
I did not see that.
That had what, I'm sorry.
It's
AI
like
summary.
AI summary.
Oh, yeah.
The,
There were several of those.
Yeah. And again, it's okay as long as it aligns with volunteer capacity and their real commitment.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have a $20,000 operating budget. So again, this is a really small organization that, I want to support, maybe, maybe next round they'll be better positioned.
I really wanted to see more evidence of the progress on their exhibit pilot. I think that really flipped it for me.
Mhm.
Yeah, I like that connection to the local, which is awesome,
It's so
right? It's
cool.
so interesting and
Yeah.
this is a really cool 20th century piece of history.
Yeah.
Like, how do you plug it into that versus beyond just the vessel?
The
Like,
community that it represents is kind of like,
Yeah.
there's a time, there's
Yeah.
a time that that's not gonna be be there.
Right.
That window's closing.
Yeah.
Then the urgency, when you put it in those terms, then the urgency becomes there, then it becomes a lot clearer why. But it's not a huge ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay. We're on to the Mount Baker Community Club. Our last three. $96,000 request for some grounds improvement, provide ADA access to their community club building. Anybody? Strong feelings about this one?
Ranked it low on lifelong learning. We gave it a good score for community value,
Yeah.
which is because there's no history component, it's just their community. Center.
More socially driven than.
Yeah. Okay. On to the city of Cheney. $218,000 request for the Sterling Mormon House rehab and construction. Oh, yeah, this one.
Interesting.
Yeah. Fascinating history. Okay.
Seems like a really commendable project that is fairly low on the lifelong learning scale.
I know. Yeah.
It's also the feeling like I wasn't getting information about the carriage house component and how that related to the historic house.
Isn't that where they were gonna
The
construct
kitchen
some
and
bathrooms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they didn't really go into that in terms of the planning, as I recall.
No, they just call it a carriage house, but it's a new building.
Yeah. Great.
So that there just wasn't enough information to say that this project wouldn't really be detrimental to the historic building. Right? Like
Yeah.
just need to develop out the plans. Also, because it's tied in with the local police department, it would be, again, a difficult project to really separate out state funding from it.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, last one, the Olympia Waldorf School. Oh, $20,000 request, envelope restoration, termite abatement, woodwork, refresh, paint, 1914 Prairie Hall. Oldest running schoolhouse in the state.
That's their claim, I didn't verify. Yeah.
Wasn't so sure about that. Similarly, I mean, good project, I think maybe, but the tie to this is low.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not sure if replacement of the wood siding with.
Oh, that's right, I missed.
With a concrete board is.
That's right, I missed that.
Actually. But,
Yeah. Trying to see what year this, didn't write down what year, oh, the building was built in 1914. Other comments? Okay, that wraps it up. Yes,
They're very efficient. We spend the next half hour praising all of the top applications that we just did at the beginning. I think maybe we take a 15-minute breather. And come back. And so I would put it back here about 2:10.
Okay.
And then we can all generate a new list. We can discuss. If people want to make further edits to their scores, and I can generating a new list takes about 30 seconds. Just gotta run it through the system. If we want to continue to make changes or accept the list kind of as it is after this discussion. Yeah. So why don't you go ahead and pause the recording, Allison? You can stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
And,
Anybody doing hand adjustments on it? Or what are you doing on the portal?
Yep.
That we can also. So that they can be well equipped in the future for future applications. So, you know, it only strengthens the ones that, you know, don't end up getting funding now to be able to come back and put forward a stronger application, not only for us, but for other, you know, applications that they submit. So just appreciate everybody's deliberations and really giving everybody the time and attention that they all deserve, because as I overheard Freya saying, like, everybody put in so much effort into these applications.
Yes.
And you know, I just want to be honor that and respect that.
Absolutely.
Okay. So. Zoomed in a little so you can see. So I did it again. I don't think it's too much since our last conversation, just because the last two groups we discussed were lower on the list. So perhaps a few moved around down here. but we are currently running, down to the Steilacoom Historical Museum Association would receive partial funding. So Renton, La Crosse, San Juan, and City of Linwood have moved into funding range. And then the Northwest Seaport, City of Vancouver, Mohi, and Maryhill have moved out. So similar to kind of the last time we saw this list. So Jennifer, I don't know if folks want to take, here I can kind of just go down a little further, take a little time to see any of these ones that might be, I mean, looking at these scores, these are the average scores are right here. You can see how close they are.
Yeah, that's really close.
Especially here, actually, now that I'm looking at that, the City of Linwood and Steilacoom have the same exact score. So there might be a conversation about sort of splitting funds between those two at the end of the list here, if they both remain there. But yeah, these are tenths of points apart from each other.
So if we were to split funds to those two, would that get us the full amount for what's the last one still? What's the bottom? It's hard for me to see from here, sorry. Is it Steilacoom?
So what I would do is, oops, go that way. If we were to split those two, so down through San Juan County Conservation, we've got 900. 9,931,000. So that would be 16. Sure, we don't mess up.
Yeah.
That would be 69,000. So we could split the 69,000 between City of Linwood, either at this proportion of their request or evenly, but they would both, if it were evenly, they would both receive $34,500. So,
yeah, and then we'd be able to fully fund through that. Any thoughts on that? I think last round we did discuss partial.
Yeah, so last round we had more $1 million requests that wound up at the top of the list. And so we had discussed potentially not funding anyone above 750 or 800,000. But the way that the ranking worked out last round, at that cutoff, there were several more $1 million requests right for both. And so it ended up not really expanding the list all that much.
Right.
And the panel opted to just fully fund the requests that were ranked highest up to the cutoff. So there are no rules around partial or complete funding in the guidelines. That's up to the panel's discretion. In the past, the conversation has been the preference is to fund the projects as presented, as opposed to offering partial funding, which could complicate project completion and timelines and things like that. So, but of course, it's up to you can close all that out. It's up to all. So, I guess my one question would be is if there's anyone kind of in this near funding range that any of the panelists really want to revisit and discuss more, or conversely, anyone up here who's in line for funding who you want to discuss more, or if the panel feels, and I can zoom out here, feels that this list is representative of the conversation.
And we'll be funding 25 projects.
It would be, yeah, around 25. If we funded both of those partially, those tied scores partially, it would be 25 projects with two partial, looks like maybe like 3/4 of the way.
Jay, if you can zoom out a little, I just wanted to take a look at sort of the range, if we're how we did with funding large projects, medium projects, small projects, and I'm just curious to see how that.
Yeah, here I can do, let's see. I can do some.
It looks like a pretty nice range.
Color scale. So it's actually quite,
$1 million ones.
this isn't to indicate that small projects are are red flags.
Yeah.
But you can see with the color scales that we have a few large requests and several smaller requests. I actually think that the updates to the criteria I shared with Jennifer, I think have really
Yeah.
pushed the history focused organizations toward the top and the other applications toward the bottom. So I think that was successful. And then as we discussed earlier, there's always a problem of more resource organizations having more polished applications. And that's going to be an ongoing support that we try to give the community to help improve.
I feel like there's good geographic distribution too. Was everyone?
Pretty good.
It's right down the east side.
I think they're pre-seeded, which was better than
Yeah.
last year or last round as well. So that's good. We do have a pretty strong representation in King County.
Yeah.
List. Although we did have a strong representation in King County in the applicant list as well. It's roughly same percentage of applicants and up here at the top. So it's not outsized compared to the applicants we received.
The total pool.
And as I recall, there are fewer watercraft this year than last time.
There's always watercraft and trains.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think both.
So the Gig Harbor boat, some we didn't discuss. So the Gig Harbor boat shop, and then which one is the Suba? Whidbey Island, which we did discuss a little bit. And then, I guess those are the two. Okay, so there are two vessels. But yeah, I think there were more vessels last year, or last 2 years ago.
Devil's advocate question. Never a fun thing. If we slide down just a little bit and we look at 51 and 50 in points, because they are so close to the others at the bottom of the list, what does that give us for a total if we had to ask it of the $1 million group?
Sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
So if, yeah,
It's 400
That's
over,
about-
right?
yeah, that was.
Oh, I see, yes.
Mhm.
Here.
That's
If you
more
add in Enumclaw and the Northwest Schooner,
Yeah.
those are the two that are out. I can't tell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then we go to 49, so they really are just so close to each other that it would be hard to defend.
Yeah.
That would be 100,000 from each of the millions.
Oh, so you're saying essentially fund the million, take a small portion from the $1 million asks to cover, to get down through
the 50s.
These small. Yeah, so that would put us at.
Where do you stop then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
why
kind of
it's
hard to defend.
It's hard when they're that, they're so.
If there's a cluster.
They're taking.
Yeah.
Some of them is only 13,000 short of the funding line. So if you took 13,000 out of each of the 1 millions, then they're only giving up 3,500. And then they're still 996. But then you can fully fund still come.
Without splitting, wait.
So this, what
You're talking about funding those last two instead of splitting them.
I see.
Yeah, but she's talking about funding the ones below that.
Yeah.
So this is with the $1 million requests reduced to 900,000. That does get us right through to Enumclaw. Everyone fully funded except the $1 million requests. Although there is also this one, 909,000. So that's just what that looks like. I mean, but it's up to the panel's discretion. I think
I think I would prefer to keep it how we landed. Because it is, I mean, I think we can all agree there's a lot of really great applicants.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that should be funded.
Yeah.
Once we start diving into the nuances of $1 here, $1 there, and it becomes a slippery slope in terms of where we stop. I feel really confident in the discussions that we've had. Like I said, I'd be cautious about trying to manipulate things beyond what we've done with this discussion.
There's also not a 0% chance that we submit our $10 million list to the governor's office and he says, that's nice, give us $6.9 million. And then cuts it off randomly. So there's always that potential in a very bad budget year. The state's bonding capacity rating is very low right now. It was downgraded significantly for multiple reasons. So I'm not gonna sugarcoat it and say like that we put forward a $10 million list, that $10 million is gonna end up in the legislature. It could be less.
Yeah. Which then makes it all the more fair that we go with the ranking.
Stick with the list.
Yeah.
Cut it off, do partial funding for the last applicant.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we also don't want to sort of make it seem like we're penalizing these higher applications when they really did rank high for a reason. So even though we all agree we would love to fund more, but this is where,
Does that mean that we should then really tease out between City of Linwood and Steilacoom? Or put it forward with that split partial funding?
So they do have the exact same scoring, right?
Yeah, because that's really the issue, right?
So we could, I'd have to do a little bit of math, we could fund them proportionally with whatever's left, like based on
That makes sense.
the amount they requested, fund them at the same percentage.
Yeah.
Based on what's available, which was 63,000 or something. So that's an option. I wouldn't feel comfortable partially funding one over the other.
Yeah.
Either we split it evenly or split it proportionally between that group for the request. Yeah, or I guess we didn't ask if anybody is interested in adjusting any scores further before we finalize the list.
Should we discuss whether we do that evenly or proportionately in this group, or is that something new?
Yeah, that's up to you guys. Y'all.
I would say proportionally.
Proportionate.
We both have the same score. It'll penalize somebody if it's evenly.
Yeah. Jay's doing the math.
We do the math. We have some
It's-
Jeopardy.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So do you wanna do it?
Were you a humanities major or?
You have a major. So 55% and then.
I feel good about the list.
It feels better than the last round.
I think we had a really, really good discussion today overall.
We just need more money.
Yeah, we need more money. We advocate for
We all
more
need
money.
money.
So the. Rounding up to the nearest 1,000 because,
There we go.
the state budget paperwork can't go hold up the 1,000, so roughly rounded, this would be proportional to their request. That would get us through.
What does that say? It's hard to read on the red.
Oh, 30 a year, I can undo the.
I don't think I have to read it. You know what the color is.
We've got 38,000 for City of Linwood and 31,000 for Silicon.
The final thoughts? Jay, will you send us this just?
Of course, yeah.
So I can kind of digest where things moved. It's hard for me to see.
Yeah, I know, I know, this.
It's me, not
projector is.
you.
Great. Yeah, that was a lot of applications to get through. So I think last time for, sort of approval of the list up to 10 million. And then asked for further approval of the ranking as it showed below in case we were able to move funds up if grantee declines. So that we can continue to fund down the list. It's still a little unclear how some of the granting stuff works with the state, the process of that. But I think it would be worthwhile to go ahead and get this group's official approval of both the 10 million and the order of the ranking below that as well.
Anyone willing to make a motion to accept the ranked list of projects up to the $10 million line?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ruben, second by Zane. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And then the second motion would be to accept the full ranked list.
Should any further funding become available?
Should any further funding become available?
So moved.
Moved by Sarah,
Second.
second by Geronimo. All in favor?
I think a
Friendly amendment?
friendly amendment just to make sure that the city of Glenwood and the Stillcomb Historical Association get their full request before others are funded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Accepted.
Accept the amendment.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great, motion carries. Thank you all.
Okay.
Nice work, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your.
Thank you again. Yeah.
We are quite early.
Then I have a mini public service request.
Yes.
Yeah,
Why don't we go ahead and,
Oh,
say
sorry.
goodbye to our online audience.
Thank you
for
all
attending.
for joining.